Day of the Latin American Security Summit. Before opening our panel, we're going to begin with some welcoming words from the Minister Mónica Palencia Núñez. Good morning. We're happy to meet all of you again. Thank to the IDB for this marvelous opportunity that we have of another day with all of you. I would just like to wish the best working day and the best day of friendship. Thank you very much for being present here. Next, we will open the panel of the integral focus for strengthening, institutional strengthening in response to organized crime. We have in the panel as presenters Natalie Alvarado, coordinator of the Cluster of Citizen Security of the IDB, and Amanda Glassman, executive advisor of the presidency, the IDB. The moderator will be Pablo Braciolo, main economist of the CAF, and the panelists are Colonel Paolo Brucato, Esteban Foley, Executive Secretary of the Financial Group of Latin America, Paolo Brucato is Provincial Commander of Finances of Italy. Stephen M. Ingles, Chief of the Fulfillment of Financial Crimes of the Treasury Department of the United States. Laura Roteta, Professor of Complex Economic Criminality of the Turcato di Tella University of Bologna, and the Training School of Justice Administration of Argentina. Jose Julio Neira, Director General of the Financial and Economic Unit, WAFE, and Secretary General of Public Integrity of Ecuador. We give the floor with Natalie Alvarado and Amanda Glassman. Good morning to everyone. I hope that you were able to recharge your energy after an intense working day that we had yesterday. In the name of the IDB, I would like to welcome you once more to the second day, thanking Minister Valencia for your words and for how you received us in Ecuador. Many of you listened to the President Ilan from the IDB. Today I want to delve deep into some of the messages that he reiterated yesterday in terms of the alliance, in terms of why we are working intensely in creating an alliance and giving added value contribution to the region. The president highlighted the paradigms of security in many of the countries in the region aren't the same from 5 or 10 years ago, and this is due to the change in organized crime and to its growth and its continuous evolution that is experimented in the region. As you know, organized crime doesn't rest. In the contrary, in contrast with the public sector and in the development bank, these organizations adapt to the circumstances and they don't have to deal with rules or bureaucracy as many times happens to us. They move at a different rhythm. They're creative and they take advantage over all the vulnerabilities that we have in the region and of the technological innovations to perfect their methods in new markets. Actually, day to day, we see how these groups are penetrating sectors, and we have seen them in very little time. They have penetrated the various sectors of the economy, of the government, and in countries where this didn't exist previously. They do this as there were no borders, with total indifference to the national sovereignty. We're sorry to say, but this is what we call the regional integration, and is being promoted for many decades in Latin America. Not always with success. These organized groups have been able to achieve this in very few months. From the IDB, as you know, we have 26 offices in the region. Each day we work shoulder to shoulder with our clients, with you, with the ministries, agencies, social security, and justice. And for us, organized crime is not an abstract. We see it in the anguish of the peoples and families who see their children who are recluse by society. We see in the desperation, the fear of the small producers that are getting in debt due to the extortions, and basically they're demanding more and more. We see these in the Amazon that suffer from the effects of the illegal cutting of trees and clandestine mining. We see this in the economy that lose millions of dollars due to the fall of tourism, the high cost in private security, and the risk of the countries that discourages national international financing. In many places, these groups are imposing authorities exercising in various of these locations control. This is how the academics have denominated as criminal governance. In Latin America, 13% of the population reports living in territories such as these. There are millions of people who live in areas where these groups regulate the life of the communities day by day, while the institutions of the state try to respond to the basic needs of their citizens. As the President Goldfein explained yesterday, this alarming reality has taken us to have a deep analysis of the contribution of the IDB to this agenda. Of course, I want to reiterate here that we will continue supporting the countries in the search of preventing and counteracting different types of violences, youth violence, violence based on gender, violence against girls and boys, which is also fundamental. And likewise, we have to adapt ourselves to what the countries ask of us. And here we have adapted our focus to the new realities that organized crime now impose upon us. We, as the President mentioned, we know that there's not a unique formula to respond to organized crime, but the evidence and the 20 years that we have been working on this topic guide us in strategies, as Minnie mentioned yesterday, seek to systematically shut off the oxygen to these organized groups. First, limiting their influence on the more vulnerable populations so that they're not victim or fall under the criminal governance of these groups. Second, improve the capacities of the institutions of the criminal justice system and affecting their flows that help them to increase their influence and control. The panels that we're about to begin this morning will explore these strategies. The program that we are developing with the Government of Ecuador that we are preparing demonstrates how these concepts that I just mentioned aren't just in theory, but will be applied in the territory. In recent years, we have seen various reports regarding the situation in various places in the province of Esmeraldas, where criminal groups are trying to install their operations. Doubtlessly, they try to recruit members and extort local producers. For this reason, the program that we are preparing in Ecuador will finance a new police service group adapted to the needs of the territories that are more exposed to organized crime. This model combines presence and police presence, specialized police presence, with proximities, community proximities, guidance to the problem, and acting based on intelligence. The program will establish a prevention system of recruitment, which nucleus will be the centers of social services for youth at risk. Additionally, the modern technological modernization will for secure immigration and actions to prevent human trafficking and immigration, and particularly those who are more affected, women, children, boys, and little girls. In this session of prevention and strengthening strategies and community strengthening in the affected territories by violence, affected by organized crime that will be moderated. Rodrigo Serrano, who guides the IBD operation. Minister Monica Valencia, who will be in this panel. Spencer Cheney, Benjamin Lessing, and Jairo Garcia will talk about how to guarantee that this type of intervention can strengthen the connection of trust in the community and the police, reducing risk factors in vulnerable populations. A few months ago, we found out about an operation here in Ecuador that processed 21 individuals due to money laundering through lands and buildings in the province of Guayas, Rios, Cotopaxi, and Santa Elena. The operation was a fruit of over 8 years of investigation of suspicious activity. We can only imagine the perseverance of the investigators who tried to trace these actions when they finally gathered sufficient evidence to act. The key to success in this type of work is opportune information, analyzing and training with local entities. This is why the Ecuadorian authorities have our loan will support the National Police of Ecuador with training and technological solutions to detect and investigate money laundering. Likewise, the police systems will be monitored to investigate violent deaths, extortions, and kidnapping, including custody of evidence system. We will finance an criminal intelligence system so that the authorities can have more and better information that will guide them in making decisions. This will be the issue of our section of weakening illicit markets and criminal finances that Maro Braciolo will be moderating, and he has told us, we've already heard who our panelists will be in this first session. Day by day, more governments are aware of the need of adopting integral strategies with immediate response and long-term vision to overcome this challenge. And I'm very happy to mention that from the IDB, we're talking with various countries, with various ones of you who are represented here to support you technically and financially in the response to organized crime. Finally, I'd like to once again thank you for your unanimous participation by your countries to together build the Alliance for Security and Justice and Development. We all know that no country and no development bank can overcome this challenge individually. For this reason, I want to emphasize a key point that our president mentioned, and that for this alliance to have a greater impact, the greatest impact possible, we have to mobilize resources that finance pilot project new solutions based on evidences of what we talked yesterday, and need all of our full support. We like for this alliance to focus on progressing in these solutions and applications with the end of developing more specialized abilities in our region. Our objective is to guarantee that the last innovations and the best experiences in the subject can be quickly applied and shared among the governments. I'd like to conclude thanking everyone who accompanied us yesterday and who accompanies today. I would like to thank Minister Valencia in particular for her leadership and for being a fantastic ally en route. And to all of her team from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, due to her excellent experience in this area and for making this event a reality. Particular thanks to the National Police of Ecuador. Your professionalism and dedication were fundamental for the success of yesterday's activity, and everyone present, we feel very safe and well taken care of. I'd like to thank the work of my colleagues from the IDB, of my team, for the conceptualization, for your great engagement with this agenda and the development of the successful summit. Now I give the floor to Executive President Amanda Glassman, who, apart from being a recognized expert in health, social protection, and evidence for development, she has been an expert in the bank and citizen security. Her support and guidance have been true catalysts in the progress and consolidation of this agenda in the IDB, particularly before the new challenges that we will be talking of this morning. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Thank you, Natalie. And I join the congratulations and Thanks. It's a true honor for me to be here participating in this summit. We are here together because we think that organized crime is one of the greatest challenges, and we know that and we should respond in a more efficient manner. One of the ways of doing this is through collaboration of the entities of the different sectors, as we have said yesterday, in all of the security and justice and the penal system. All of this together is an entire cycle that permits us to work in a different manner. Among the aspects that we have to work on collaboratively, there's one that's essential for success: the dissemination of data, of evidence, and of information. And on this issue, I want to briefly comment before giving the floor to this distinguished panel. First of all, we know that we use the same tools of data evidence for public policy, and it guides us in making decisions. It helps us to identify innovative and efficient actions in education, social protection, and climate change, immigration, among others. But aware of this, the IDB launched the Nathalie team, the platform of security, last year. And I don't know if we can put the link so that people can have access. But there we have a platform with accessible recognition of effective programs that have been rigorously evaluated due to their success in their reduction of crime and violence. And this repository has information on 90 types of solutions and over 700 examples of interventions in the entire world, not just in our region. And it's the only resource of this type that's available in Spanish and in Portuguese. Doubtlessly, it's very important to have evidence for the formulation of public policies, but in the context of criminal violence and organized crime, its importance is even greater. I wonder why. Because, as has been commented, organized crime has deep costs. It affects almost all aspects of life of individuals, as where they live, what they study, their job, and what we invest in. Despite this, we don't have clear diagnosis to understand it and to discuss it. We need regional investigation, successful operations. There's a gap between the knowledges that we have and the adoption of these practices that have had a positive impact. Organized crime is a complex phenomenon which makes it more difficult to talk about in comparison with challenges such as education or health, where we can directly observe operations. But this requires us first to have a response of diagnosis and innovative tools that can measure the problem with precision. And before the violence escalates, the tools can begin from quantitative diagnosis based on administrative registration, existing registrars, but they can be complemented with qualitative data based on criteria of the local experts that have ample knowledge of the territories and the communities. We have to make this analysis utilizing the available data and creating new databases, utilizing new sources that hopefully we'll hear about that in this panel. But even if we had all of this information, to discuss crime is not easy, and well-intended policies can have adverse effects. And success in the short term is not the same to success the long term. And one example of this comes from our country, the United States, my country, which is the DARE program, DARE. Preventative, actually in the United States, against drugs. I was a student who participated in this program in the 80s. And the policemen visited the middle schools to speak with the youth regarding the consumption of drugs and alcohol. Had very good intention, took a lot of time to implement, but despite these good intentions, it had negative effects. The program generated curiosity among the youth, increasing in some cases problematic consumption. This highlights the importance of continuous evaluation of a program, even if it seems like it has a lot of sense, makes a lot of sense. The good intentions aren't enough. It needs to be based on evidence. As Nathalie has mentioned from the IDB, we think that the effective strategies are those that combine different aspects. If we want to suffocate crime, we have to reduce its influence in the communities while institutional capacities are strengthened to reduce opportunities of illicit businesses, blocking operations and financial flows of criminal networks. The two next panels will capture this multifaceted focus. The first panel will discuss the illicit markets and the response of the states to affect criminal finances. The data and the evidence are fundamental for this. It's difficult, if not impossible, to pursue financial actions without understanding the businesses and illicit markets that are behind them. This requires a complex work to understand the cost structure and income of the criminal organizations that are where they're selling, what are they selling, what's the structure of the competency and the industrial organization. We bring a little bit economy to criminology. Even though it can be abstract, it has very concrete application for public policies. Especially, I remember the presentation of the analysis of transactions and financial reports of Canada, FINTRA Canada, during our yearly meeting of the IDB a few months ago. They talked about their strategy of detecting financial transactions regarding human trafficking and sexual exploitation. FINTRAC, in association with the Private Banks of Canada, developed an algorithm to detect transactional patterns, recurring transaction of small amounts at nighttime that gave clues of these types of crimes. And with that coverage, using strategic using the information, numerous successful retentions were made and were replicated in different crimes such as child pornography and referring to persecution. So this is just one example of many that demonstrates that each market and each context requires a specific focus to be effective. Our second panel will talk about the actions to strengthen the presence of the state in the more affected territory affected by criminal groups. Here we apply a similar logic. The efficiency of the logic should understand how these territories in particular are chosen by these groups. What is the motivations of the criminal organizations, and what type of organizations are they? Local, transnational, structured, or not? This is an investigative exercise, not just criminal, but sociological and economical. It's crucial to involve the academia together with the institutions to understand the dynamics of these stakeholders. It's not an intellectual, abstract effort. It has concrete actions. This knowledge can help us to understand the motivations, the practices, and the implications behind these criminal actions in recruitment of children and youth by these organizations. What techniques of cult coercion do they use? What do they offer? What functions do the children fulfill in them? Only if we have concrete responses to these questions can we begin to develop responsive public policy that can be successful. Well, and this is just the beginning. Like the COVID-19 virus, some of our group have experimented and its respective mutation. They demand new vaccines for the different variants. The adaptation of the criminal organizations makes the applied and continuous and evaluation of the policy should be permanent. To conclude, we will move forward and we will hear from the true experts who accompany us in this panel. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Welcome. We will begin this first panel titled Weakening Illicit Mining and Criminal Organizations. And I have the pleasure of moderating to the bank for this invitation. Regarding the dynamic of the panel, we'll begin with a presentation as an introduction from Daniel Mejia. Daniel Mejia is from the Faculty of Los Andes in Colombia. And after this introduction, we will continue the discussion with our panelists in rounds of questions and responses. Regarding the objective of the panel, as we spoke of in the morning, the idea is to better understand the illicit markets, their dynamics, and in this we'll be able to think of better strategies of weakening these markets. Thus, we will talk with experts who are in the fight against illicit acts and fulfilling this role. To not use up more time, I'll give the floor to Daniel so that he can give his presentation. Go ahead, Daniel. You have the floor. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Natalie, and to all the team. Congratulations for the organization of this summit. I will make a presentation with concrete examples of issues that we have studied throughout a long time in Colombia on illicit markets, and I will take the words from what I think a lot of what I said, you said in the introduction, Amanda, of why we have this presentation. If you can please put the presentation on the screen. Okay. So here we have repeated the main source of financing of criminal groups comes from illegal markets, and I'm in agreement with what was said yesterday. It goes beyond drug trafficking, but drug trafficking is the main source of financing for organized criminal groups. Illegal mining has a fundamental role. It fluctuates regarding illegal mining in financing of illicit criminal groups. With the price of gold, this comes and go as an important motor in the field. Recently, the trafficking of immigrants and extortion, which is a growing problem in the country. Before beginning, I think that some data from Colombia, and I can dare to say this is true for the entire region. No one in other latitudes can deny that in Latin America we have tried everything or almost everything to combat illegal markets, especially drug trafficking, the main source of financing of organized crime. In 2015, when glyphosate was suspended, I did several work with efficiency policy that reduced illicit actions, but their efficiency is very questionable. Over 1,700,000 hectares of cocaine leaves were fuming with glyphosate, and over 4,500 metric tons of cocaine from the 94. We have detected over 50,000 labs for the cocaine processing, and about 10 years ago, in a job that we did, we calculate 76,000 people were murdered between 1994 and 2015 due to drug trafficking. This was between 30 and 34 homicides. Now it's 25%. This is explained by the fight against drug trafficking. If Colombia hadn't had this problem, it would have been an average country in Latin America in their levels of violence. This is the data, the last data that we have regarding, here I get into drug trafficking. I know that the OEA is working on something relatively similar. I'd like to hear a little bit more about mining to emphasize and enter into and to land on the subject. We have to understand these markets to know who we're fighting against. There's a structure, the added value. And I'll show you an example of just one area. The estimates of the United Nations, which are the more rigorous that exist, of production of the cocaine leaf, the three producers in South America, Bolivia, Colombia, and Peru, that despite these great efforts that have been done in the region, we are at maximum levels, historic maximum levels in the production of cocaine and cocaine cultivations. I will divide the presentation in three main areas. First, what size is the monster that we are confronting, in particular drug trafficking. And this should motivate more similar studies for legal mining, immigrant trafficking, etc. These are works that we have done throughout about 20, 25 years. And then I will focus on what is the size that we estimate of the production and trafficking of cocaine in 3 moments of time: 2008, 2013, and 2022. The first of what size is a monster that we are confronting in criminal finances. Second, this is exactly what Amanda was saying, that I'll repeat. We have to understand the structure of costs, of intermediate costs, the added values, what agents intervene. And here I will give you an example that goes before the first point, which is gasoline. Maybe something that's it's a legal good, but the amount of gasoline that's utilized to produce in Colombia is very high. And there's some atypical examples that we can use with very simple examples. And the third is what the president of the IDB mentioned in the interview on Sunday. The tools of AI are useful to not look for the keys that are lost when there's life, but where they really were lost. And from there, the data scientists deliver the work to judges and to investigators, judicial police, so they can continue with their work. I'll give you a concrete example, something that we did in 2018 in the Columbia District Attorney's Office in the gas stations in Colombia. In work that we published first in 2028 in another version in 2013, we estimated the size of the drug trafficking business in Colombia. This was done by various economists previously. I'm sorry if I get into an issue of more of economists. The payment balance, removing from there all the legal, everything we can legally explain, and what was left was called drug trafficking. And this was given between 2 and 5% of the GDP in Escobar's time. Here, what we did was take an approximation of very different what Amanda said, so constructing the production of cocaine in the four main areas: transformation of the cocaine leaf into paste and base. I don't know exactly how that's done. The transformation of the base of cocaine and carbohydrate of cocaine, and where 70% of the added value is given that is produced in this business, is taking cocaine in the processing centers in the jungles in Colombia and putting it at the frontiers and the borders of Colombia. And there's no added value in the product. This is where the price jumps radically. And here we have the provisions in each chain, intermediate cost, added values, etc., to reach the final value. And this is the final value that we estimate for 3 moments of time. In 2028, the median value was just of production 2.8% of the GDP. This has some uncertainty. This is not something that the producers of cocaine report of statistics in Colombia, and they extract the added value. Remember the graphic that I showed previously, the minimum value of production of the cocaine leaf and chloride of cocaine is happened in 2013, 2022, not just in Colombia, the entire region, is 1.3 of GDP. And we're at the maximum historic moment. We're over 4%, to not give you an exact, we're over 4% of the resources that enter into the Colombian this is produce from drug trafficking. It's almost giving magnitude the size of just one illegal market that we're confronting in the region.
This, of course, would bring us an additional motivation to understand who's intervening, who's participating, how much they buy, what are the actions for the production and drug trafficking. And here is the division between the different links that we have for the added value. As part of the history of Colombia, in the first part, we have a 9% of the added value, and then we have 5%, which is a transformation of the leaf into paste, and then we transform it into the base, And finally, when we send it to the next traffickers in other countries, that's 70% of the added value. So that also includes the drug trafficking and illegal mining as well. In the second point, we need to understand the structure of the markets. That is, what are the links, what is the input. And I would like to mention one specifically in cocaine production, which is the second link. First, we produce the cocoa, then we pick it up, and then the producers, what they do, they mix it with a certain type of canes, and obviously the cuticle of the leaf doesn't allow you to extract the alkaloid. Then when they mix it up with urea or cal lime, they alkalize this, then they put it in these tunnels made vats full of gasoline or fuels that extracts the alkaloid that has been chopped together with these leaves and canes. And what is left out of that is a jelly type brownish substance that is known as the cocoa base. And then it goes into the whitening process, elimination of impurities, and then we end up with a cocaine base. This is the recipe on how to manufacturing. Of course, don't follow it. But what I want to come to the point is the processing of cocaine in base and also for the leaf. We use a lot of chemical precursors in order to produce the cocoa, how much they pay the chemists in the lab. But in general, the chemical precursors is what we need in order to produce 1 kilo of cocaine base. That is 1.1 equals to 1 in the transformation. We need 74.6 gallons of gasoline in order to produce 1 kilo of cocaine base. It's not that they are environmentally responsible, it's because they use it. Then they use ammonia, 2 liters. Then they use sulfide acid and all the different components. Here we also have the values of these inputs. In total, 878,000 pesos, $200, more or less. This is what you need in order to process 1 kilo of cocaine paste. Now, in as the price of gasoline, where does it come from? Obviously, there's an answer in the borders. They get it from the border and also from the oil pipes. When I worked in the prosecutor's office, he talked about the disruption of illicit business. He talked and talked about this. And I asked him, well, where would this stand? I wasn't able to talk to him until I sent him a picture out of the 5,800 gas stations that we had in Colombia, together with the data that we have in the mining department of Colombia. This is the map with the gas stations, as I said. And out of this database that is called SICOM, we have the date, year, month, and day, the volume, and the type of fuel. Together, we started measuring the difference in the distance to the border, to the most important city, to the smaller cities, secondary and tertiary sizes, in order to understand where was the fuel or gasoline demand coming from. Of course, if it's on a main road, you can understand the demand, but if those gas stations and demands that are not on the main roads, you can understand why we have such type of demand. And this is when we start talking about the interconnection that there is with the type of markets. Back in 2018 in Venezuela, we had 0.3 USD, and in Ecuador, 1.85 USD, and in Colombia, a gallon was 2.82 USD. There's a recent work from a Norwegian student has sees and studies the change of the price of Venezuela and the production of cocaine in Colombia. And the outcome is brutal. In a study that we did in 3 weeks, we sampled and we took some examples from the principal or the main cities, the ones that are away from the municipalities, away from the border, also from the main roads and from the pipelines. After identifying the patterns mentioned by Amanda, we detected that there were 33 gas stations where there's sitcom. Those are in pink and purple in the graph, in the pictures. And then in green, we have the cocaine leaf crops there. Like when the police, they start interrogating the criminal, it's the same thing, you know. You start investigating the information and then they come and say. One example that we have in a gas station that is located in the map is in Tumaco. Everything green except which is the blue, which is a river, is a cocaine crop. And that point there is the gas station in Tumaco. Right around it, there is nothing surrounded, and it's totally away from the municipalities. There's no main path. Yet, that gas station sold 1.2 million gallons of gasoline. That was reported and is the same level of sales that that gas station can sell. Like those who have been in Bogota can say from the road 26 and 30. If we are to compare these informations, half of the gas sold in the municipality of Tumaco that was used for the production of cocaine, that means they delivered the amount of cocaine in order, the amount of gasoline needed to produce 8 tons of cocaine. So the judicial police and the investigators of the judicial police can continue looking at this information. We stop looking at the data and then we just simply deliver this information. And this, of course, matches with what's mentioned by the IDB chairman. That means we follow the same slogan. We must shut off the oxygen to the producers and the organized crime. Two, we must improve the capabilities or the capacities that security and justice have using intelligence analysis with a database and evidence. And we have to strengthen this because when we met here with the WAFA, one of the most profitable activities that a country do is to strengthen the police, the prosecutor's office, but we must strengthen the analytical capacities that the financial intelligence units have. And this is the beginning of the work that we're doing. Of course, we need to have the right type of training because you can't do much if you have the tools but don't know how to use it. Likewise, we need to work in a much more articulated way. WAFE is in Colombia, for example, disconnected. When I was in the prosecutors university in 2018, the prosecutors, we received 98 suspicious operations during a year. Now, do you think that in 2018, do you think that organized crime only worked in 98 suspicious operations? No, I don't think so. No one will believe that. But the police work needs to have the right information in order to carry out the proper job. Thank you so much. interesting, Daniel. I think that it sets the right framework in order to start the panel, and it brings a lot of motivation for it. And now we will have several rounds of questions because we want to have a dynamic discussion and dialogue, maybe 4 minutes in order to answer and to have the possibility of everyone participating. I will open the floor with Steve, who is the executive, who is Vincent, Stephen, Stephen.
The Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, of the US, has the mission of protecting the financial system from abuses like money laundering. So the question is, could you explain us why this mission is so important in one of the largest, world largest economies? And could you tell us more about the role of FinCEN and how its work is affecting Latin America and the Caribbean?
Absolutely. Thank you, Paulo. And let me just say, first of all, thank you so much to the Government of Ecuador and to the Inter-American Development Bank for bringing this important meeting together. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of FinCEN Director Andrea Gacki, who unfortunately couldn't attend in person, but we appreciate the chance to share a little bit about what FinCEN has been seeing and doing as it relates to the region. I suspect this may be a recap for some, but FinCEN's mission can be a little bit mystifying. It's quite multifaceted, and so I want to kind of boil down what it is that we do into 3 specific parts. First, we're the primary anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism regulator in the United States, and as part of that, we collect from more than 300,000 financial institutions reports of suspicious activity and other transactional information that they're seeing in their banks. We also have the ability to take certain enforcement actions when they're not meeting those requirements. Second, we're the Financial Intelligence Unit of the United States. That means we are taking in all of that information, we're making it available to law enforcement, and we have our own teams of analysts that are helping map out illicit networks and tee them up for disruption. Disruption could take the form of prosecutions. It could take the form of sanctions. It could take the form of other administrative actions. We work very closely with our counterpart financial intelligence units around the world via the Egmont Group. And third, we are the administrator of beneficial ownership information in the United States. This is a newer part of our mandate, but collecting information from an estimated 33 million reporting companies in the United States, information about who ultimately owns or controls them. That helps us uncover these opaque corporate structures that are all too often the vehicles of money laundering. So when you consider these 3 functions in the aggregate and the size of the US financial system, we have quite a significant window into illicit financial activity. So let me share with you a little bit about what we're seeing in Latin America now. And in many ways, this will kind of resemble many of the themes we've already been talking about, but let me take each one step further with regard to a specific point of our interest. First, narcotics trafficking. This is, of course, a very perennial issue in the Americas, but we're seeing it evolve. We are facing now in the United States of America an illicit opioid crisis of terrible proportions. We're seeing a growing nexus to Asia with the shipment of precursor chemicals and manufacturing equipment coming from Asia. We're seeing the growing facilitation by Chinese money laundering organizations, and that's something our analysts are very focused on right now. Second, a wide and very alarming array of types of fraud. And not just fraud by sort of traditional small actors, but fraud by even some sophisticated drug trafficking organizations. We have seen and been concentrated recently on Mexican cartels perpetrating timeshare fraud against US citizen owners of real estate, shared real estate in Mexico. Third, corruption. And FinCEN and the Department of the Treasury have been engaged in a very ambitious set of rules, of new rules, including our beneficial ownership requirements that I talked about, to tamp down the ability of illicit actors in the Americas, but really around the world, to hide their money in or move their assets through the United States. We've specifically seen the abuse of the residential real estate sectors in the United States, as well as investment advisors, and we are currently actively engaged in rulemaking to sort of tamp that down. And fourth, environmental crimes. And in the interest of time, I'll just stop there. I know we're going to get into some of these topics later on, but we do have a recently announced initiative here in the Americas that I'll speak to.
Thank you, Steve. Vuelvo al español, entonces.
Now, going back into the English, I will open the floor to Colonel Paolo Brucate, who's the provincial commander of the Guardia di Finanza of Italy. And I would like to ask you what is the specific role that your guard, the Guardia di Finanza, have and what is the difference that you have regarding the prevention and control for the financial crimes. Thank you so much for the invitation to the government of Ecuador. Yes, of course, this is the oldest for law enforcement police force that we have nowadays since 1924, and we have 1824. It's a modern police force that more and more is relating to this new organization crime that is very dynamic, always changing. With what I always say that it is evident that the gain, economical gain, 99.9 is due to financial or economic reasons. If we remove the money away from crime, there would be no crime, or at least very little, and we will be truly successful. We won't be able to win this, but we can be very successful because you cannot pay the mule, the clinical, the hitman if there's no money around to pay for them. And this has to be a modern police for a modern institution and a modern unit of financial intelligence has to work jointly with trust, and they need to know that any crime that we are going to catch in the street needs to be investigated, has to end up with a capital investigation, because with no money you cannot live. They cannot pay for the people that commit a crime. They don't do anything. And during my whole careers, I've been in charge of international trade, illicit trade. You know, it didn't hurt them when they caught and they seized, let's say, a car full of money that was going to another country in order to invest that money. It really, really hurted them. So what we need to evidently to do, we need to be trained. Even the simplest police officer, they need to understand who is the car, where did they park, what industry he's coming from, how did the company was created that he's representing, who are the partners, to get all the information and understand a reality that is complex, because we are armed and uniformed police force. And that's what we are in our unit. This is what we are: judicial police, and the prosecutor is the one who does the prosecuting process. But we comply with the public. The specificity of the Guardia de Finanza is a police, judicial, and also law enforcement union, is a taxing, also monetary, and also a border police. There's 60,000 police officers, and we have they are the ones that manage the tax information and services, as many other services. And we also carry out this tax in the borders. We are part of the prevention and guard of the contraband and terrorism. And we also finance. SWIFA does the analysis, and then they send the roast from Colombia that I heard that comment before. In 2023, we had 180,000 roasts that can end in a money laundering case, or with administrative fault, or even a tax evasion. We are a very powerful institution. Evasion is very important, and we need to fight, and we have to have basic knowledge. Everyone here, we should be aware of the minimal rules that we need to have, so that a criminal will know that they need to watch out where they're going to invest their money. We are the representatives of GAFILAT, and we are also part of Eurocop. And the Argentinian case is an analysis. We have 4 agreements with FIP because they are tax and customs, and there we collaborate them because we have to fight against the contraband and the illicit operations at the border because we are also a border police. And we also manage complex economical crimes. We have an agreement because we also work at sea in Italy. Thank you, Paolo. It's very important to strengthen these capacities and investigation. Now I will continue with Jose Julio Neira, who is the General Director of the Finance Analysis Units and Economic WAFE. And the question is if you can share a little bit more what WAFE does, what are the challenges that Ecuador has faced in the recent years regarding detection and prevention of money laundering, especially because there's a growth of organized crime. Yes, of course, and thank you so much for the investigation. Thank you, Madam Minister Palencia, and for joining together. Yes, I will start with a controversial point of view, the number of ROS. Of course, in 2023, we created 20 ROS. And in 2022, 17, and in 2021, it was 15. We currently, the purpose that we have in mind, with the help of God, we will close with a number of 25. That is our goal. Now I envy Italy with his figure, and I believe with the IDB's contribution and support, we won't be able to reach Italy's ROS, but with the technology that we are planning to implement for the rest of the year, we will end in a good position where we may analyze much more strategically and focus in combating organized crime. One of the concerns that we have as a director of WAFE, assistant director, is the movement within our financial system in the country. Currently, the financial system has two areas. One is the banks, and the other one is the credit and savings cooperatives units. And due to this, I am intensively working with the banks so that they can know who their depositors are, because lack of controlling the banks, there is lack of information, and there's a lot of irregular activities taking place. WAFE has published the emergent threats that have been already identified, and they have used a methodology that has been designed by WAFE. Not WAFE, is GAFI, which is the National Evaluation of Risks, with the data of 2023. And the main threats have been the illicit drugs and psychotropic substances, corruption, tax evasion, illegal mining, and fifth, contraband. And now we have 4 emerging threats, and we have this flora and fauna illicit traffic, and also weapon extortion and illicit trafficking. In order to combat all of these threats, not only the main ones, but also the emerging ones, we need to work together with the civil society, but also with the banking private sector, so that they can set all the technological tools needed in order to combat money laundering. The work doesn't only come from WAFE or from the police force or any other institution. We have to work jointly. As of cash, banks, if we look at them currently in Ecuador, their yearly percentage of cash, we have to say that 20.7% of the deposits were done in cash. And this is atypical when we compare it to the information of other countries or developed countries. 12%, 0.7 was in cash. The highest amount was in 2018, 2018, and then in 2021, and then we had an informal market due to the pandemics. But as years have passed by, we see that that amount in cash is decreasing. Anyway, it is concerning. We have this cooperative, we have 20%, 20.9%. So all of these transactions is coming into our national system, financial system. This clearly shows that we need to work and carry out a teamwork in order to improve the control and prevention systems that we have in our country. I would like to add, due to the lack of control of deposits in cash, just one bank receives 5.4% of all the deposits, which is $129 million. Cooperatives, per se, are regulated by SEPs, and we must continue to work them in a much more specific and technical way. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jose. And now I will open the floor to Esteban, who is the Executive Secretary of Cafilat. Welcome. We have now talked about the importance of parallel investigation in order to weaken illegal markets and also organize criminal groups. Now, how can these institutions with the parallel investigation contribute in order to improve this, and what is the criteria that the countries have in order to implement this type of investigation? First of all, thank you so much for the question as well as the invitation. I'm going to move a little bit away from your question, but I will answer it at the end. First of all, I wanted to thank formally the invitation to be part of this board that has a lot of experts in Gafela. We don't have as many of the resources that WAFE has, that the Guardia, the Finanza has it, the dogs, the helicopters. I come from a very humble standpoint, but I have experience and expertise of 25 years in illicit operations, controlling them. As of the talks that we heard yesterday and when we heard the participants from the different ministers regarding the success and also the challenges and that they all mentioned yesterday, all that information has been taken by Gafilat. Now, on my behalf, of course, Paolo was very passionate what he mentioned. We still have these mutual evaluations that we carried out. And one of the results that we have after measuring this, the region's results are not good. Yes, there are many efforts, but the outcomes are not good. We still lack resources, and we have to overcome certain barriers that we have. First thing that we need to have is the financial operations and parallel investigations that are carried out. Any crime that moves money has to have that. Any sentence regarding drug trafficking or human trafficking has to set off all the investigation regarding, because if we have the narco capo or head, and when they go to the jail, of course, they still keep on operating. This is why, as we are saying nowadays, we have to shut off the oxygen. Organized criminal, as Paolo said, we have to follow the money because criminal organizations move money and we have to follow it. And we have to also understand what is the criminal and social purpose that they have. The region, we still have the mindset that, let's say, okay, he has been sent to jail for 5 years. That person, if there's an economical structure, is replaced in 15 years, or he keeps on working from jail. So when you follow the assets and you go and hit that criminal organization, you have dissuasion, and we remove the oxygen.
This does not mean to leave the beat on the side with a multi-sectoral focus that goes through different routes, fighting against insecurity, against crime, not at all, but to mark the importance that the persecution of the financial has in the entire chain. Yesterday, we talked about the Ministry of Uruguay. We talked about the importance of the dual focus of why this link, the part of crime, these factors that helps until the final part of reinsertion to society, the power of prisons, the criminal organizations, and all of this fan. We have the financial power of the oxygen of organized crime. And I understand that to have protocols in the countries that should a financial investigation when there's a great case of investigation of any of the great threats that the country suffers, it is necessary to carry this forward with the focus on recovery of funds. There's obstacles. Yes, funds is always an obstacle. We always talk about the amount of people, amount of training, amount of technology. Regarding legal resources, now the majority of the countries are good legally, but we have to put the money where we put our word. We have to provide sufficient resources to be able to fulfill with the law. Internal coordination, something that still costs the countries a lot to internally coordinate when there's two police, when there's the positive police and the aduana police, the different armed forces, the coordination is still a challenge. And to comprehend, to change the strip, to pursuing the financial, that Paolo mentioned in the car, for about 25 years, and when the part of the fight against drugs in my country, we entered into search your house, we got at the drugs, we got pictures of the evidence, and then we had as a product, we had a paper of the letter from the bank, and no one really cared. And now it's a lot more important to take this letter from the bank and try to understand all the financial aspects behind this operation more than the part of the pictures, which is still very important in the public sector, but the economic part is really what will make this to not happen, or at least it can make it more difficult. New challenges, understanding that there's sex and a criminal convergence, that apart from drug trafficking, there's human trafficking, there's gun trafficking, there's different illicit or illegal activities where financial power of organized crime is more and more organized, committing a greater amount of crimes, and it's not an easy panorama. So on the part of the state to understand this need of going behind the financial goal. Thank you very much. Perfect. Thank you very much, Esteban. To close this first round of questions, I go with you, Laura. She's a teacher of financial crimes in the University of Argentina and the University of Bologna in Italy. She provides training in administering justice in Argentina. Laura, welcome. Something that Esteban mentioned regarding the prostitution of goods, thinking of when there's an investigation, it ends in a successful manner, and the goods are removed. The job doesn't end there. Then we have the whole phase of the management of these resources, and this should be transparent and efficient. So the question is, if you could explain why is it the final destination of these goods important? And how does this benefit people? Thank you very much, Pablo. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this summit. Thank you to the host, Ecuador. For me, it's a pleasure to be part of this panel. As Paulo commented, in the 70s or in the 80s, the criminal policy, the international regarding this issue had an important turn, the change of paradigm. They said that to be efficient and effective in the fight against these type of criminality, we had to attack the illicit earnings once these were produced. The idea is to generate a very non-lucrative business and generate obstacles to this business, to shut down the oxygen and everything that has been said in these meetings. There's four fundamental pillars in money laundering, the crime of money laundering, but also the product or the earnings. If the incentive is financially motivated, this reduces the benefit that these and the money laundering that is, if the investigation is successful, has it leads to prison, generates cost for these business. This improve the efficiency of the seizure. If we were 100% effective in the seizure of the earnings in crime, we wouldn't have these types of crimes. However, we still recuperate very few. There are estimations that say globally we record only 1%, and this has to do with the money laundering was developed a lot more than the seizure and recovery for different reasons that don't come to case, but due to a more punitive vision that we had in the different jurisdictions regarding this issue. And today, the focus, thankfully, is once again regarding the need of the recovery of actives and funds. We are working on the different stages of the recovery, transparency, specialized agents, etc. Now, as we progress on this and we're more successful in the recovery of funds, there's an issue that is key. What will we do with these goods? What is the destination that we will give them? And the response to this question for me is the key to success as entire international policy that we have been talking about. And the response is repair, to repair the great social damage that these types of crime generate to the individualized victims, if there are. A typical case in human trafficking and money laundering, there are specific victims, but the collective victims, which is the damaged society on which this social network was affected. And we talked about this a lot yesterday, in the way of repairing the victims individually and collectively. And the collective is through the social use of the goods, a social destination for these goods. In the region, we have some jurisdictions have very obsolete laws on these issues, fragmented and broken laws. We need a comprehensive legislation on the recovery of these goods, and it has a very symbolic meaning on the specific destination of these goods. And as Esteban mentioned, on the one hand, we have to strengthen the agencies institutionally, those in charge of working on these types of crimes. The social end of the recovery of the concrete victims and the society through a social end appears to be key in this issue. Regarding the recovery for the concrete victims in Argentina, for example, a few years ago, there's a reform to the code and to the law which permitted, for the case of money laundering and human trafficking, the destination of these were the exploitation of this should go back to the victims, and a specific fund was generated for this. Regarding the social destination of the goods, there is a directive of the EU 2014 that spoke about this. Liliana spoke about the Declaration of Cartagena of last year. And Italy, likewise, is a great pioneer in this policy. Argentina has a legal project that's called Proyecto de Ley, or a legal project that works on two main axes. One's on a good and objective administration of these goods with participation of organized civil society, and the other column is a social aspect, part of the recovery of the funds and goods. It's interesting because this project came out from civil society and has an ample consensus in the different facets or political facets of it. Had a support of almost all the political framework. And this law, what it is to empower the state and civil society in front of organized crime in the public and private sector. What is the great benefit of converting the illicit riches into socially useful products? It generates a systemic view regarding this problem and a systemic response to organized crime. The cycle is closed. It's not enough with the solution view of this great problem. It doesn't end with dismantling and definancing these organizations through the decommission of the finances, but the seizure and seizing the requires for repair to recompose this damaged social network, as was mentioned yesterday, in view of the more vulnerable sectors. If this is not repaired, probably based on the flexibilities that these criminals have, they'll go back to the territory and they'll exploit people in the more vulnerable sectors. The second great benefit is that it builds a legal structure, and it reaffirms and reestablishes the state of law. It reinstitutes in a normative order of law that was based on the exclusion and violence. It generates, in third place, a great message and a pacifying for the citizens with a high impact, a democratic impact, and in this sense, because the symbol of criminal power that was seen, the citizens saw through this illegal riches, empowers reinstituting agencies and empowers society and the community and balancing these vulnerabilities. And finally, it completes the judicial work. It's used as a virtual bridge between justice and citizens and society, because it engages the society with justice. Actually, it can function as a great support of community empowerment due to the fight against organized crime. To recuperate, when we provide a social destination to these goods and recuperate this damaged social network due to organized crime. And with this, I conclude, it's a substantial aspect to take into account when we reuse the goods or redistribution of the goods. This will happen when there's multi-judicial investigations that are a phenomenon that are greater due to globalization these types of crimes imply. Thank you very much, Laura. Let's go on now to talk about something that we have talked about previously, the importance of coordination, international coordination, also the national coordination between units, as Esteban mentioned. And I will begin with you, Jose Julio. You are currently the director of the Unit for Financial and Economic Analysis and Secretary General. I think that the coordination between these two entities is guaranteed. But can you tell us how this double role strengthens your work in the fight against financial crime and promotion of public integrity in Ecuador? And what synergies have you found between both functions? And how do they help you to fulfill your objective? Yes, thank you very much. Originally, the Secretariat of was anti-corruption secretariat, but based on that, our focus to be able to combat corruption's prevention, and the Secretariat was transformed into fomenting the values of public integrity, as it is the only area where the Secretariat has focuses on in fomenting and promoting a culture of integrity to prevent corruption in this country. The investigation sanctions belongs to the Controllery and to the District Attorney's Office. We focus on the prevention. In the Secretary of Public Integrity, we promote a culture of fulfillment and the values of transparency and in the executive's branch. At the end of July, President Noboa signed under an executive decree the first national policy of public integrity. It's something that didn't exist in this country prior, and he had the courage to sign it. And we are promoting in each ministry within the executive branch. We're using the methodology of identifying institutional risks of corruption. We have implemented it in 2 ministries, and we're about to publish the results that overall is a summary of all of the actions that we have recommended and that they have accepted to transform the processes to avoid both processes that are manual, where we have many of the recommendations to automatize or to utilize technologies and not so much the pen and paper, or a lot of evidence is pencil, which is a great risk of, it causes a great risk of corruption. The first day President Bede mentioned something that drew my attention. There are 2 main reasons: to strengthen institutions of the state and to limit the sources of financing. And I think that these are my 2 positions help me to work in the Secretariat of Public Integrity, promoting integrity. We are strengthening the institutions of the state, and in the WAFE to combat money laundering, working with the banks and civil society. This helps us to limit these sources of financing. In the WAFE, currently, we are in a process of transformation, I call it, of construction, because we are building a WAFE based on technology, we are building algorithms that will help us to identify risks. And something else that we are doing is strengthening the institution from inside out with tests of trust. We are working with the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Ministry of Defense to have the institutional support, their institutional support with intelligence that are specialized in money laundering, for them to come to our institution to carry out money laundering analysis. We're at the final phase. We still need to finalize certain details, but this will help us a lot to strengthen the institution with members from military intelligence and police intelligence. Additionally, in the WAFE, we provide technical support to a select unit that was created 3 years ago, with the creation and the support of the U.S. Embassy, where the prosecutor and the Department of Justice, the United States, and National Police work on in coordination and investigation, and in cases related to drug trafficking and related to organized crime. So we institutionally support what we can, and we are strengthening from the inside out with technology, with trust test, and building an institution with the technical support of the IDB and Gafilat, and with Eggman as well. So we have to recognize this because they're helping us a lot, sharing information and helping us to strengthen all of these investigations that we are carrying out. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jose Julio. Steve.
And the complexity of money laundering and other illicit financial activities, as well as the global nature of organized crime, cooperation among national and international authorities is critical. So the question is, what are FinCEN and the U.S. Treasury Department doing to enhance their partnerships in this space? And if there are any examples of recent initiatives or success stories that you can share with us?
Thank you, Pablo. Let me take those in order. First, sort of what we're doing on the domestic front, and then what we're doing on the international front. And naturally, they, of course, have very synergistic effects. Domestically, and we've heard this theme yesterday and today, and it's the reason we're here, right? I cannot emphasize enough the importance of building partnerships and building trust between the interagency. In the United States, for example, trust between our own interagency was not always where it was today. Unfortunately, it took terrible events like September 11th attacks to really start to galvanize interagency support to fully collaborate on illicit finance. You know, as you noted in your question, given the complexity of illicit finance, the illicit finance space, this is particularly true for us. For FinCEN, the word network is in our name. We are doing that sort of regularly. And just this year so far, we've already done 600 different outreach and training events touching more than 18,000 stakeholders to really get the word out about what it is that we do, how to use our information to help follow the money. We've also held 170 different events with over 90,000 stakeholders, getting the word out about our beneficial ownership reporting requirements and encouraging that filing so we have the information we need to succeed. And today, fast forward to today, we really benefit from really deep and robust partnerships with our law enforcement agencies. We have the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Drug Enforcement Administration, Internal Revenue Service, our tax authority, sitting physically with us on site. We have FinCEN embeds in partner agencies. And we have very robust and ongoing case collaboration. Turning for a second to what we're doing domestically with our own financial institutions, one of the things we've been very focused on is increasing and enhancing our feedback loops. Naturally, banks are sending us all this information. They naturally want to know, what are you doing with this? What are you seeing in the aggregate? And how can you help us better understand what is helpful to you? So what we've begun to do, and this is somewhat rare for financial intelligence units, but we've started to put out more public reports. They're available on our website. They're reports about specific typologies, red flags, trends that we're seeing, information that can help financial institutions drive their filing on specific topics. I mentioned cartel fraud earlier, cartel timeshare fraud. We put out a notice in June of this year to help financial institutions understand what that looks like and drive more filing to us so that we can give that to law enforcement and help drive prosecutions. We've also started to bolster our flagship public-private partnership program. It's called the FinCEN Exchange. The FinCEN Exchange brings together stakeholders from both law enforcement and financial institutions in person, in real time. It might be for a morning, it might be for an entire day, to talk about a specific threat. And we've applied this specifically to the illicit opioid crisis that I mentioned earlier in the United States. Embarked on a series of about 10 events around the country that really put local and regional banks together in the same room with law enforcement, and we've gotten great feedback on that. Closing it out, just to talk a little bit about what we're doing on the international front, and again, leveraging our great partnership with the Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence Units, 170 FIUs around the world, as well as regulatory and supervisory bodies. It probably goes without saying, and as we all know in this room, some of our biggest investigations increasingly have cross-border components. And so we need to rely on our partners. We have started to move the needle more from simply just effective point-to-point bilateral sharing among our financial intelligence units and really forming multilateral working groups on specific topics. We saw this work to great effect, for example, in the context of the global coalition to defeat ISIS in the late 2010s, in the terrorist financing context. We actively have multilateral working groups now focused on Russia-related illicit finance, focused on terrorist financing in the Middle East. And a very timely example of this is here in the region. Just a few weeks ago, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen announced the Amazon Region Initiative Against Illicit Finance, which will bring together several stakeholders from the region. We plan to have sort of 3 pillars of this in the near future. Hopefully we'll convene a workshop sort of at a high level to start to convene and align on priorities. FinCEN plans to deliver follow the money training to financial intelligence units and law enforcement here in the region. And then we do want to start initiating multilateral efforts against specific targets for disruption. So we are very excited to kick this effort off in the coming months and start to bring the full region's partner resources to bear against this horrific set of crimes.
Thank you, Steve. Paolo,
Paulo, you mentioned the crucial role that the Finance Guard had in the prevention and detection of financial crimes. I wanted to ask if you could tell us how an investigation is carried out on money laundering. How can the Finance Guard collaborate with international agencies and work on these issues? Can you share a recent or successful experience with us? Thank you very much. Before anything else, we talked a lot about trust, but we have to have trust and we have to think on the solutions that the criminals have trust in their economic illegal framework. They don't distrust each other. This damages the criminal economy. So I always say that we have to have trust among all of us. We have to cooperate. And if there's someone corrupt, they should go to prison. That's evident. We have to have unity and to trust in our colleagues and our friends in the internal institutions and obviously internationally. In this, we are a little disfazed because we have 400 databases. Any information that you think about in positive information of financial movements, of bank accounts, of police backgrounds, all of this of goods, of properties, we have this information directly. So we lose a little bit of risk of sharing with others the loss of information in the system. But this doesn't exclude what I truly think that we have to trust in each other globally. In the case of money laundering, I remember beyond what Laura is saying, in my subject is the extension of domains and seizure, etc. In the case of money laundering, institution has to focus on when they're investigating. The police or attorney's office is the heritage or judicial individual that we are investigating, not just their static heritage, but dynamic heritage. When we control a company in any way we control it, or administratively or taxally, a penal investigation of money laundering, we have to focus on the history of this company. As I said in my first question, not just what we see, because a criminal entity, many times, it has no problems with the state. They don't have problems with the contributors. They don't have problems with the clients. They have a good product. They have a healthy economy. They pay all of their workers what corresponds to them. But how is this done historically? How is this company financed? How do they buy their name? Where does the contribution to the associates come? This begins an investigation not only to have certain information. Today, you're a company evidently clean. What were you like 30 years ago? Take into account the majority of the companies are healthy companies. We have to find the bad one to guarantee not just to the contributor, the population, what we say every day, all of us, but the honest business and that can be affected from a criminal organization operates in the same market. How do we do this? We have developed internal software that's called Molecula. It's a software that crosses 400 databases that we have to save time because none of us have the capacity or the strength of resources, as Esteban mentioned, of being able to investigate everything that we wanted to investigate. The molecular system that we carry out, we don't have from high school to be a good investigator, to be able to have investigation in the aduana, to develop beyond what we do, and each of us have their correct and judicial election. The investigation, the system permits us to save time. We put within the system, I can't put it in PowerPoint, in this system we put the fiscal numbers, the Ecuadorian RUC number, the Chilean RUC, the Argentine CUI, the Italian number we put in the system crosses it, we go to sleep the next day, we find all of the cross data, thousands of data. This can be shared. This is an informative information. I don't think this is the most developed in the world, but this is a way of generating trust and security information. And this PowerPoint screen that we present to the district attorney's office, in that point person, we have 80 or 100 pages on paper that we had to present to the district attorney's office with all the money laundering. The presentation of our financial institution, 2 or 3 PowerPoint screens that demonstrate all the data. This gives us what? It gives us the disproportion of the income. Crossing the data, it doesn't say Pablo Burcato has a delegation of rent of $50,000 a year, and his is $100,000. This is a problem. And this $50,000, where did it come from? We use it to make a proposal of seizure and of Italian domain, which is a different subject. And this is the result. So this can arrive to seize. It's only in 2023. I like data because the data are the reality. Afterwards, I like to talk about, as you can see, we have seized $900 million of criminal funds, not just in the penal area. International cooperation, we have the official update of added value of economic financial 28 officials in the entire world. And until 2022, I was in the Buenos Aires embassy. This network permits us to have a lot of exchange of information and of bilateral cooperation, because what's important is sharing information to trust in our colleagues. If we trust in our others, we will move forward. And I repeat, the criminal distrusts another criminal. There's no other way. We are good people. We are correct people. As my Argentinian friend would say, we're good people because this is what the slogan says. We're good people. I like to repeat it. And the international cooperation, how do we develop? With an informal channel, with bilateral cooperation, and we're a police and Interpol with Europol, Eurojust, EPOL. The European judicial system permits us to investigate crimes that are of the EU, of the VAT, of European funds. This is international cooperation with the arrow of sharing information, with the cutting, with the that is related by the Gafilat.
This is what we need to develop all together. We must trust everyone else, our neighbor, the people working on this topic in the countries. Well, a successful case that I can share with you. Every country has their own, but something that I have been developed with our investigation forces. We believe the time that a case for managing a complex money laundering case. In 2012 to 2017, we tapped the telephone lines. We identified 5 criminal crimes of the mafia of Naples. When they were watching, they had the same accountant, the same financial system. When they were money laundering the money, they were all friends, but we have to follow the money, as our American colleagues said. Giovanni Falcone, who is a capo of the Siciliana Mafia, he was shot by these people because he said that in 1980, that in order to win over the people that were there, you just had to follow the footprint of the money. There's no other way around. Money or money. The other thing is that the criminal needs to contaminate, to pollute the society. And they have to take time in order to place the money, and then they need money. They need money, and they need the money. They need the time in order to put it. So now that we have to investigate the financial thing, and now we start doing that when we seize the drug truck. Not a week after, because the money is laundered immediately. It doesn't matter in FD8. Now, what happens if the taxpayer is affected and the honest businessman is affected by by these irregularities and also by this corruption? He's affected. After 5 years of the investigation, we had a seizing of capital of 2 million euros. It's not over yet. In the beginning, I thought that this was going to end. When I got the drug, I went to the prosecutor's office and I would present the claim, the denouncement. I thought that was the end. But I remember that the prosecutor of Milano, she was a captain back then, she would say, "Where is the money?" After condemning or sending to prison the person, where is the money? So a case is over when we recover those assets, when we seize those illegal assets. In the end, today, 2024, I went back to Italy, $700 million. 150 million has been seized by the state. But on the other hand, we started working on a special investigation on seizing without condemnation. And I don't know if this is a very successful case, but out of the 700 million, 250 now is part of the state. More or less, there's a lot of work that has taken place over 10 years of continuous work. And this is why I appreciate the IDB, the cooperation that it has for the Ecuadorian government. It's very important, but what is coming out of this project is going to be great. Perhaps we won't see it, but it will be great. Thank you, Paolo. In strengthening the trust, how do international institutions like AFILA, can they induce this cooperation in the countries? Well, what a nice. Okay, first of all, there's internal coordination themes that we mentioned. We have to have international cooperation as well, and the challenge is becoming larger. We not only need to be updated and be modern in order not only to understand what my children are telling me, but also to be able to understand what are the opportunities. 2021 21st century globalization has brought a lot of interesting topics, but we see there are a lot of inequalities in many areas of my work, because any society can have a banking account and they can deposit the money there and buy furniture or whatever. They can wire the money and so on. Natalie, at the beginning of this day, mentioned this successful. They were able to recover assets after 8 years. So there is a separation, a gap between the globalization and the persecution systems that we have in the countries. Imagine 8 years. Imagine 8 years for recovering assets. Nowadays, assets can move in 48 hours. So we need to use the best of technology in order to get more cooperation and coordination internally and externally, to have cooperation with the informal system. That is, for example, if I want to know where Steven has his assets, in what country, I can go with WIFA or WIFE or Gafilat or any. We can identify where his assets are, in what country. Then, once I identify, I need to follow the money, the assets, and do the right investigation in order to recover. So there are many challenges that we are facing in the penal systems, legal systems. Also, there are many other tools. For example, software, like Paolo, he can mention that he would like to share that software. And also, coming to this type of events, we can self-help ourselves, and we can also look for successful stories and cases in other countries. We can also get support from multilateral agencies like IDB, so that we can get the support that is necessary, and that it will be based on the networks like this one that is being created from this agreement or partnership, so that we can start use different sources, different from the traditional judicial systems, because criminals are evolving. It is necessary to be open to the need that we have for other resources internationally, to get more support, technology speaking, because every country has its own issues. And if we can find a solution altogether, we are open to that. It's not easy to do. It is a challenge that we have. Please do not clap at the end of my presentation, because it's a challenge present to all of us. Anyway, thank you, Esteban. Laura, it is clear that the coordination and cooperation institutionally is very difficult, because it's necessary to have trust. What is your take on these challenges? How can we confront them? How can we overcome the challenges, especially for the prevention of money laundering and financial crimes? Thank you, Paul. I would like to start by the end. Okay, having a coordination and data exchange that flows among the different agendas. This is fundamental for the success of this investigation of this type of phenomena. Is totally important. As a matter of fact, it's the key to the solution. Organized criminal organizations obviously is progressing, and it speaks for itself about the weakness that the judicial systems have. There are many stakeholders working for from the different sectors with different regulations in order to tackle the type of issues. The private sectors, for example, that follows the disciplinary or the law enforcement binding attitudes. They need to create the reports of any suspicious operations. Also, there are other law enforcement institutions that apply sanctions that are more and more severe, and that they have their own information database that will feed the legal system, the judicial system. All of these fields will interact among themselves, because there are many internal agencies that will interact likewise. The prosecutors, they have the specialized unit, their cooperation units. Just in all, we need to make all of these agencies and databases to be working all together. United States lived a case where there was a lack of coordination. We need to identify the pro and the cons of a cooperation that really needs to be agile, modern, dynamic, and to cross also the culture, go cross-culturally, because no one can act fragmentally. Everybody is jealous about their own information. They don't want to share information. Some agencies believe they're secret about the information they have. So all of that brings in the end the lack or the miss that we have in information. We are all part of a chain. If we don't have a good investigation against criminality and organized crimes likewise, we have a good macro point of view in order to regulate the relations that will bring integration and to back up the information exchange among the different agencies. And to also have a micro vision that is to be efficacious in when we apply this criminal penal normally coming from the public ministries or also from the prosecutors' offices. As a matter of fact, when that comes from other jurisdictions, oftentimes these investigations will imply different jurisdictions. But we need to start working like that. We need to manage a case, to create a clear strategy when we have a case. Then we need to totally change our mindset, because we cannot be managing this type of prosecution activities in the office. Sometimes they are focused in managing paperwork. But nowadays, we have more fluid systems that allows to manage electronically the data. It's important to have management systems that are intelligent, that has good IT, and that synchronizes the information between the different agencies. If these systems are able to generate alarms, that would be a great achievement. How do we do it? We can do it by creating links to the different agencies so that they can get together and to have a common conversation. Even though this is not expensive, we're not so used to managing like this. Some teams are very successful, especially for those multi-jurisdictional investigations. Let's think the task forces, or, for example, we can have other different type of the cases when we have the Ross listing, where we can join other prosecutors in the same institution and create other modernities and options. We as a country must have a team that can get together at least once a week in a physical space, in a facility, in order to understand the stakeholders so that they can plan correctly their roles. And something that is substantial to have and share a successful criteria. How are we going to assess it later on? Because if we have a common objective, we will be able to generate the brotherhood that we need among the agencies that are going to be coordinated. If we think of the final destination for the recovery of the assets, that will generate a good common point in all the agencies. Thank you, Laura. We have still some time left, and we can do some fast answers. Paolo, you mentioned, you already talked about in the case of the Guardia de Finanzas, how do you end your investigation and how does the government carry out the seizing of the assets? Can you briefly answer that? I will talk about the numbers. The Italian number, we prevented a two-way system, which is a penal investigation in order to arrive to the seizing and to follow the crime. And then we also have the property extension and also property of the different condemnation. We have seized $2.4 billion in 1 year, and we have seized $600 million. I believe that this is an evident result on how we should carry out the investigations of the capitals, how we should seize it, and how we should take over it. It's not too much, but it is a lot. Season, and most of all, which is the administration, management, and destination, as Laura said, to have a good purpose socially. We should use that for the victim, for the municipality, for the community, for everything that is being involved, for the well-being of the society in our countries. I believe that in the end, the outcome will be a saving for the state. For example, if you have a mafia house, is a training school, obviously that will be sense. But I believe the second point is also the appreciation that the population has, because when someone is living in a context of a community that is vulnerable, that person will realize that asset coming from the crime is being used society. For example, these type of assets cannot be sold once again because the criminal organization can repurchase it. They know, the society knows that this has been stated in their community and is being used for the good of community. We had a case of the chief of the Torina who lived. He was the chief of the mob of Corleone. He built a huge house in Corleone because he was going to live there. Since 2005 is the headquarters for the Guardian. It wasn't found there. He was found in Palermo, where he lived, Corleone. And nowadays, that house is also the headquarters of the Guardia of Italy. In other words, criminality doesn't win. We take over their properties. I thank the IDB, and we are happy to collaborate with our brothers in Latin America. When fighting against the financial and organized crime, and obviously this is influenced by the digital resources and IT, what are the most significant challenges for digital assets as of the money laundering? What is the proposal that Gafilat has? I mean, you have 30,000 members, law enforcement, and I have to talk about virtual assets and the challenge they are to us. I mean, it's not fair. But anyway, what I want to say, it is a huge challenge and we have to confront it. Yes or yes. What we are basically proposing is that all countries should evaluate what are the virtual assets that they have, how they are using is a factic and real usage of that. In the case of Gafilat, Gafi, and other regional bodies, any company that is using the tumblers or the electronic walls and so on, they should have preventive measure just as any financial institution that is. Everybody should provide their information, they should follow the traceability and so on. Because each country must understand there are countries that are very, very developed, others not as much, but it is a challenge, and we must already understand that there is abuse in many of the cases of money laundering and financing, not only terrorist activities, but organized crimes activities as well. To assess the risk and then regulate. Of course, we expect the countries to regulate this because it is a real situation to have this abuse of this. Obviously, the virtual assets have a higher traceability, and we have to try to cut the trace. We have to understand traceability. The only thing that I would recommend that I would not that no, I don't work with virtual assets. It's not an issue of mine. Some countries have already prohibited them. But the truth of the matter is that the countries use these virtual assets and accounts, and there's a high risk for laundering these virtual assets. And we have an internal threat presented by this new type of technologies. And the last question.
In government institutions in fighting illicit financial activity, and what can be done to address them?
Thank you, Pablo. So I'll take this in two parts. I'll be quick. But first from a capacity perspective, and second from an emerging threats perspective. From a capacity perspective, and I think what ties all of this together is whether AML-CFT authorities, financial intelligence units, law enforcement are sufficiently resourced, not only for what's here and now, but what we can see is on the horizon, what is coming, like digital assets. I think it's worth reiterating for a moment that the mission of illicit finance authorities is broad in the sense that pretty much every criminal justice threat, every national security threat has some financial component. And so we're all in the sort of constant exercise of prioritizing and reprioritizing to assign our resources to those issues that we think are most going to protect the lives and livelihoods of the people of the Americas. But the reality is that many investigative authorities, many FIUs, are under-resourced. The Egmont Group Secretariat has pointed out that around the world, in the entire Egmont Group, there's about 4,500 analysts assigned to following the money as part of FIUs. That's the same size as the compliance resources in a single global bank. FinCEN has a staff of 300. Many FIUs in the Americas have far fewer. And so that is rather daunting as we think about adapting to sort of a few of the threats on the horizon. As David already mentioned, digital assets, I won't repeat that, but we are seeing sort of their growing use for things like narcotics trafficking, for horrific crimes like online child sexual abuse, for terrorist financing and low dollar amounts. We're also seeing alarming emergence of identity-related exploitations. FinCEN did a study earlier this year showing that about 42% of the reports we had received in the year that we studied, are about 1.6 million reports involving more than $200 billion in suspicious activity, had some involvement to an identity-related exploitation. By that I mean identity issues at account opening at a financial institution, at account access, or in transaction processing. And so that is very alarming when you think about how identity sort of underpins and is meant to underpin anti-money laundering regulations and regimes in general. Finally, I'll just quickly talk about artificial intelligence, and we're seeing sort of both risks as well as opportunities emerge on the horizon. We're looking at how bad actors are or could be using AI, including how they might attempt to further circumvent customer due diligence and KYC standards, but also to orchestrate, through the use of generative AI chatbots, sophisticated business email compromise schemes, phishing attacks, et cetera. And so just thinking about all of these threats together and bringing it back to my original question, are FIUs, are law enforcement investigative authorities in the illicit finance space sufficiently resourced, not only for what's here right now, but for what's coming on the horizon? That's something we all need to think through. Something we need to understand is the full threat landscape in front of us, but also coming back to my earlier comments about partnerships, taking the time to really invest the time and energy into educating our public and our governments about what these realities are and ensuring that we are appropriately postured for what's to come.
Thank you, Steve. Bueno, estamos un poco.
So we are a little bit past our time, but the panel has been truly interesting. I have learned so much. I thank all the speakers for their contributions and expertise brought to this panel. Now, I just want to thank everyone and everybody in the auditorium. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we will have a coffee break at 15 minutes. We have a group picture at the foyer. We reconvene at 11:45 a.m. Thank you.
The same will talk about prevention strategies and in areas affected by organized crime. The GDOs have increased their territorial capacity of coaction and diversification of delictive activities, taking advantage of and exacerbating the weak presence of the state in fragile territories. At the same time, the increase of violence in countries affects disproportionately affects boys, girls, and adolescents and youths, who also constitute fatal victims, are being recruited by the OCGs to participate in different levels of illicit economies. Experiences from different companies will be useful to enrich the new police service model that Ecuador is developing and the prevention strategies of recruitment. These experiences will demonstrate how the presence, influence, and violence have reduced in high concentration, criminal concentration areas, and how recruitment has responded in the part of groups that are at the margin of the law. Rodrigo Serra will be moderating this group. Specialists in citizenship of the IDB, the panelists have the presence of Dr. Monica Palencia, Minister of Internal Affairs, Spencer Cheney, Plenary Professor, Director of Professional Development, and Director of the Unit for Latin America and the Caribbean, University College London and England. Benjamin Lessing, Associate Professor of the Department of Political Science of the University of Chicago. And Jairo Garcia, Security Secretary and Justice in Cali, Colombia. Mr. Moderator, we can open the panel. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be able to moderate this panel. The focus of this panel, as was said, can be summarized in the concept of criminal governance that we have heard in these past days, and basically has to do with the phenomenon when the criminal organizations control a territory. It could be a community, it could be a neighborhood, a municipality, but in this territory, they replace the state's authority by the authority of the criminal groups, which, depending on the countries and depending on the cities in different types of spheres, this could make the society feel there are invisible barriers. It could be in the imposition of extortion, vaccination commonly called, criminal imposition replacing or competing with the state's taxes and recruitment of young children, adolescents in a forceful manner, in the imposition that in certain public services should be hired by certain organizations or provided in a certain manner. The manifestations are multiple. What is clear always is that it's a central issue and centered around development because it competes, it weakens the basis of the state's work, which is to provide services to everyone following the state of law and the democratic principles. Given the importance of this subject and its impact in development, more and more it's an issue that we're discussing in our work in the technical cooperations with among countries. And Ecuador is a very good example of this because the government proposed it as a very important concern on which one of the priorities will be worked on. And basically, the panel will focus on this subject in two great dimensions. The first, how do we understand this problem better? How can we better understand what takes criminal groups to select certain territories? What are the impacts that this presence has in these areas? What are the dynamics that explain these issues? On the other hand, What can we do regarding this? What are the best solutions, the more effective solutions? Where do we have more evidence that we can do something regarding this problem? Regarding the panel structure, we'll divide it into 3 parts. The first 2 parts will be on diagnosis and better understand the problem. The second, what to do regarding the problem. And here I'll be asking our specialists from outside of Ecuador to bring the vision to the region and to share their experience with Ecuador. And in the third block, I will ask the minister and her team to present the priorities and the vision that Ecuador has regarding the problem and also the solutions in general. It will be in Spanish, with the exception when we ask Spencer Cheney, his presentation will be in English. So I ask interpretation for anyone who needs interpretation to have your devices close by. In the diagnosis block, and to begin, I would like to ask Ben regarding the concepts of organized crime, of criminal governance. They're ample, they can have different manifestations. You have worked a lot in Brazil and Mexico and Colombia. You have written books. You're about to publish your second book that has had a very big impact in literature. So I'd like to ask you, what is the particular issue of criminal governance in Latin America and organized crime? What makes these criminal organizations to have interest in establishing territorial control? What factors difficult or facilitate this for this criminal governance to be established? And if you can, tell us what are the best indicators to know if this criminal governance is present in a specific location. And I would ask to please not exceed 7 minutes. I know you can do this. That's easy. Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be present in this very important meeting. It's an honor. And to share this panel with the minister and with everyone else. In my work, I have tried to work with a definition of criminal governance that's very ample, because to include situations to be relevant in the region and not just for in one context or the other, and working on a very simple basis of asking agents to residents if in your neighborhood, if there's a criminal group, and if this group sets order, or do they reduce crime in your neighborhood? If this criminal group reduces crime, or do they put order in where you live? In Latin America, these questions have appeared in surveys, and I have estimated, based on these surveys, representative surveys, that between 70 million and 100 million Latin Americans live under criminal governance. No country is exempt from this, not even countries where we wouldn't think this would exist, such as Chile, Argentina, Uruguay. All countries have at least 5% of their respondents saying that they live under criminal governance. In Brazil, it reaches 25% of the population. If we suppose in other zones, this is also very high in Central America and Colombia and certain other places, it reaches 15%. This is an interesting indicator that in Ecuador for 2020, this number was high. It was 15% in a time when we still didn't associate Ecuador so much with organized crime. So this is a pre-indicator of the growing organization of OCGs in certain locations. That's what I'd like to speak of right now. We focus our attention in organized crime on cartels and drug cartels, international drug trafficking mafias, classic drug trafficking and hiring and high-level officials with bribery. We're talking about a different type of organized crime. I call it the bottom-up organized crime, because it starts with the organization of street gangs in peripheral or poor neighborhoods, many the most forgotten and neglected areas that you could ever imagine. And even within the jails, populations that are extremely abandoned or forgotten about. And many times they live in a context of violence and chaos with no order, without very many resources. And it's an environment if when a group arrives with the capacity of governing, of setting order, of saying basic rules of this group is welcomed by the population. This opens a space for a group to arrive and to set up this basic order. Actually, it's been particularly propense from groups in the jail system to arrive and organize street gangs. The prison gangs have been extremely good in that area because they learn how to govern within the jail. If you can govern a jail, a Brazilian jail or a jail in El Salvador is 3 individuals for each. It's a chaos. There's no water. There's not sufficient food. And a group that learns to govern in this space, when they start to project their power in the peripheral areas and poor areas, and they have the power and this capacity of governing, they are part of a strategy of illegal earnings, the exploitation of the population, or micro-trafficking. And I'll explain generally is not due to international trafficking, because international trafficking doesn't go through various poor neighborhoods. What does exist are types of areas of the police knows where these areas are. And when they want to go through there and seize the drug, then it's those who govern the area to maximize their profits. And if there's no areas, these areas in Central America, the maras, in the same way that govern the cliques and they incorporated, it seems that this doesn't have so much benefits such as micro-trafficking and the criminal governance in Central America to be less robust as a criminal governance in Brazil, for example, to obtain public benefits, not just order, not just, they don't reduce violence, but they resolve disputes and food and basic baskets, food for the poor people, confronting the police. I will stop there. As the issue is complex and it's so different, a Mexican cartel that controls the routes that go through Mexico to the United States, that's a different story. I'm not saying one is more important than the other. They're different. It's a different logic, and we won't fight criminal organized crime with techniques and ideas and resources that are adequate to fight international drug trafficking and not necessarily classic mafias. Thank you very much, Ben. I think it's what you have mentioned is fundamental. No country is exempt from criminal governance, no country from the region. And for this reason, we're talking about this concept, no fragile fragile territories we have in the more developed. We are here in Guayaquil, one of the most prosperous countries in the cities in the country. So it's important to highlight this here. Different types of the need of rescuing different types of organized crime and understand this type of complexity and differentiation. This concept that there are responses due to the lack of order on the part of the state and the lack of a benign presence of a positive organization from the state is an adaptive response that makes them reproduce. I wanted to ask Jairo now to bring the perspective of a Secretary of Security here at Cali, which was a coordinator of the IDPF program here in Ecuador. He has this double vision that I think is very positive. To tell us a little bit, how is criminal governance perceived in the local area from a local authority? What are the more significant impacts that the population have in the local administration? What differences and similarities do you see between Cali and the cities of Ecuador that you have seen? Thank you, Rodrigo. And of course, I will begin by thanking the IADB for the invitation. And Madam Minister, I'm very grateful for the invitation. And it's an honor to speak a little bit about what the responsibility means from the local vision. I think there's a discussion, important discussion here. Who responds to the citizens? This question, all of us, we have to ask ourselves this question every day. In the most classic response, when there are homicides, when there are extortions, when there's femicides, who goes to tell the media what happened and what will happen and what we will do? And I think that it's fundamental to bring to the table the local governments. We need local governments and we need the provincial governments because they are those who give not just a concrete vision on the concerns of the citizens, but a institutional governance exercise, because before the criminal exercise that can be sophisticated, as Benjamin said, it's not very simple. We need to have an institutional contribution because the citizen is very pragmatic. The citizen wants their problems to be resolved, and is, as we have seen in some neighborhoods of Cali or of Esmeraldas or of Guayaquil, some groups of criminal or basic or sophisticated crimes are willing to fulfill with that mission, so the citizen won't have any problem. The question, and I think we should discuss it in depth, is how can we avoid secure the municipal agenda, but at the same time, how can we have an effective presence of order? And with this, I like to say, when we have cities such as Guayaquil and Cali that have homicides over 45%, almost 1,000 homicides a year, such as the case of Cali, we have to have a control exercise. Yes, of course, that's true. Cali in the last 8 months has had a reduction of 15% in homicides, and this doesn't mean that we've resolved the problem of criminal governance, but it means that we're doing an effective control. And this means that we have to have a coordinated and joint efforts. I understand that we don't pretend to disarticulate criminal organizations that want to control the neighborhood block. It's a lot, supposedly more easy than that, but we need to have an criminal investigation unit. We need to have institutional response structure. We need to have a community response because we can't stop having conversation with the communities that we consider hotspots, as my dear Ecuador says, where the potatoes burn, as we say in Ecuador, or where we don't want to go because it's dangerous, or we haven't had an operation there, or because we're not ready to maintain that presence. And there we have to be clear. The institutional word expenses doesn't exist. We have to go to the point where we understand there's a simple and sophisticated criminal presence. We have to have actions against those sophisticated or simple action against these criminal actions. We have to have a plan. When we are talking about from the perspective of the local, as we have to have a plan that is coordinated and joined, because we need the national resources, the training of the national organizations, such as our police from Colombia and Ecuador. We need the presence of our district attorneys, and we need, these plans have to have a short and long-term goals. And I think we should also be concerned not just those areas where these homicides occur, but the areas where homicides don't occur. Because we're used to talking about hotspots, but I think we forget about the cold spot where nothing happens, is because also many things happen. And that control and that presence of these criminal governance affect something that's very structured, more structured than democracy. If these citizens aren't capable of making simple decisions on to what time your business works, or what time you should arrive home, or what time your children can play in the parks, we're saying that we're scratching and affecting, damaging democracy. We have to be pragmatic. In Cali, we just went through a process, a 3-month process of discussion in the city's council. In that council, the policy of security and justice of Cali for the next 2 years was discussed. It was a policy that was approved and adopted in a very basic manner by a left-handed, a left policy. Everyone voted yes. Because in Cali, we decided, I think it's a decision when we have complex violence situation, that we can utilize the capacity and the basic vision of control, that we need a vision of access to justice, and we need a vision of respect to human rights and social investment. And I think that we're in that point. Because the criminal violence, and I like this country because it's very democratic. Because just as we can control the financial sector, we can control a bloc. But likewise, it generates immense problems for our citizens, and we have to go back to talk about the citizens that are in the neighborhoods. If we don't talk about them, if we don't talk about what this criminal presence means of disruption in the day-to-day life, we're not thinking good of the problem, because the children are going to high school because someone is stopping them from simple actions in criminality to armed actions in the case of Colombia. So we have to retake this vision from the micro-local to the national, because if not, we will lose these issues in the radar that we think are normal. We get used to that. There's an expression that's very painful. The deaths of yesterday was who killed themselves among bandits. But that death among bandits is a criminal debate in territorial control, so I would leave things there. I would just like to reiterate the need of the provincial, national, of the need to be the most pragmatic possible. All instruments are valid, all of them, without stigmatizing any of the policies. We don't want a social securitize, or we want the security sector to resolve educational issues, because we can't do it and we shouldn't do it. We should always think of every day on the citizens should exercise their rights in freedom. Thank you, Jairo, very much. Being in the municipal government is refining your political side, and that's why they're applauding you. And I think you have summarized it very well, the importance of the municipal government, and this has been a very large concern of the Minister of Internal Affairs, a very important role in support in this coordination, the rector of the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the key role that the municipal governments have in strengthening them in this dialogue and this approach that they have with the citizens. It's something fundamental. And I think that you have spoken very well about this vertical and horizontal coordination and approximation with the citizen, with the multiple manifestations that we have with the criminal governments for the citizens. I wanted to now give the floor to English, to Spencer. I'll say it in Spanish so that you can put on your interpretation devices. One of the challenges that we have that Ben mentions, how can we measure, how do we understand this phenomenon, how do we analyze it, what are its characteristics for this? There are many types of sources of data that we can use. Spencer, in particular, you have a lot of experience working with the police in many countries of the world, so maybe you can tell us a little bit about what type of focuses and analytic tools does the police have to better understand the problem of criminal governance.
Thank you, Rodrigo, and thank you, IDB and the Government of Ecuador. I think the key thing, first of all, is that when we have data, it gives us an opportunity to look for patterns, patterns that can identify opportunities for initiatives to reduce crime, and also patterns that identify opportunities for investigation. I'm going to give you two examples. First, one of the most basic and most but consistent patterns is that crime concentrates. Crime concentrates in places. Studies in the UK and the United States have consistently shown that only about 2% of our cities, 2% of the street junctions and street segments in our cities account for 25% of crime. Only 4% of our street junctions and our street segments account for 50% of crime. Now, when I started working in the Latin American region quite a lot about 12 years ago, one of the things that I was constantly told was, Spencer, our crime in Latin America, it's different. Our crime is especial. Crime is everywhere in our cities. And I said, I don't believe you. And so we did a study. We did a study with 50 cities from across the Latin American region to first of all test for this pattern of concentration. I didn't believe crime was everywhere. We looked for those patterns. So we did a study, 50 cities, over 50 cities across the whole of Latin America. What did we find? We found exactly the same that we'd found in London, in Liverpool, in Manchester, in New York, in LA, in Boston. Crime in your cities is highly, highly concentrated. It was a result of that sort of analysis, revealing those patterns from recorded crime data, which then led to the start of hotspot policing programs in several Latin American countries, such as Uruguay, Argentina, and Brazil. This is not quadrant policing. This is all about targeting the police patrols to the particular locations at the particular times, doing foot patrol in high visibility uniform. What has been the impact of those types of programs? Those programs which saw patterns in their data, they saw on average between a 20 to 30% reduction in violent crime in those places. And this is not just in the commercial areas, this is in some of the most complex neighborhoods of the cities where these hotspot policing programs have been introduced. The other thing about hotspot policing is that it also provides a fantastic opportunity for better engaging with the community. One of the things that I do in the training that we do with patrol officers is say, when you're out on patrol, you should be coming back on your patrol shift with a sore throat because you've been speaking so much to so many people. It's a fantastic opportunity in the places where people experience the crime the most, such as our complex neighborhoods, to start to have dialogue with the police, to start to establish better trust and confidence in the police. Now, that's one example. Let me just give you another one. In about 2022, I was doing some work with the federal police in Brazil on environmental crimes. And this was very much focused around helping them to do a better job of the data that they held, but also pointing to them other alternative sources of data, particularly open sources of intelligence, data that's out there that we often don't use, and how we can use that to look at problems associated with environmental crimes. This was a training program with about 20 federal police officers over about a 4-month period, okay? I was doing several visits to Brasilia. We organized the group of, the team of 20 into 3 different groups, focusing on particular problems of environmental crime in Brazil. Illegal logging, illegal grabbing of land, and illegal gold mining. Let me just focus on the example of illegal gold mining. One of the things that we were doing with the team on illegal gold mining was strengthening their skills by introducing them to certain techniques around how we can use intelligence better, how we can use intelligence to better understand and inform the decisions we wish to make. This resulted in them introducing new approaches, new techniques, doing things differently with their data. And I'd just like to read a WhatsApp message that I got from the investigator within the Polícia Federal in Brazil who was leading the illegal gold mining operation soon after we finished the training program. So he writes to me on a WhatsApp message. He says, "Oi, Spencer, bom dia."
Spencer, buenos días. Recuerda que es brasileño. Y respecto al trabajo que hemos estado realizando con respecto al liderazgo traído por la inteligencia, con respecto a la minería ilegal, nos dio resultado el día de hoy. La Policía Federal ha llevado a cabo una operación grande sobre crímenes y también sobre las acciones efectuadas por la policía el día de hoy en 7 estados y casi a 550 millones de dólares en activos que han sido decomisados, por lo cual hemos afectado a estos grupos organizados, criminales. Bueno el resultado, ¿ah? Pero específicamente, en vez de que emplear los datos, lo que hicimos, en dónde estaba dándose esta minería ilegal, sino que se les enseñó de la técnica de cómo se pueden combinar esos datos que provienen de diferentes tipos de fuentes para tener un mejor entendimiento. Y lo que decidieron hacer fue cuántos derechos de concesión de los dueños de minería decían ellos que iban a extraer de sus minas. Tenían esos datos. Además tenían otra base de datos que grababa el tipo, registraba el tipo de o la cantidad de oro que era vendido a las casas que comercializaban oro. Y entonces se combinaban ambas bases para identificar las ilegalidades. Y en particular vimos la inteligencia y fue este siguiente mensaje de la Policía Federal que recibí en adición. Todo bien. Todo bien. ¿Recuerdan la empresa que era un broker de oro que nosotros sospechábamos que era un SD y que además estaba socavando nuestra policía? Esa empresa que no operaba, sino que tenía.
The owner was arrested today. About 1.5 billion US dollars worth of gold sold to him, most likely by criminal groups, was identified as running through that single company. Much of that gold being illegal and from indigenous lands. Now, again, I think that's just an illustration of how you get people to start looking at data. Once they are trained to how to look at data and think about things, can have real dividends. I'll just mention one finally thing about IDB with this. IDB funded that program with about $50,000. Now, that wasn't bad in terms of what came back in return in Brazil as a result of those targeted operations by using data better and thinking more smartly about how we address those issues.
Muchas gracias, Spencer.
Thank you so much, Spencer. In order to highlight that when we talked about criminal governance, how difficult it is to measure, most of it has been related to the academia, like Latino Barometer and other surveys that have been applied. I think that it is worthwhile to understand the amount of data that the security bodies as well as the police force have nowadays, and also to understand what are the analytical tools that already exist, that we need to strengthen these capacities. And I believe that Spencer has brought a lot of good examples of what it is. Now I want to touch upon the solutions. And with Ben, I will talk about, because this is a complex issue, it's constantly adapting. There's not a single answer or unique answer to this. Governments must always act blindfolded in the sense that they have little or no information. Now, what are the considerations that a government should take into account in order to respond? And in particular, could you please talk about the focalized dissuasion options that you have, and what were your experience regarding the Rio de Janeiro police force? Thank you. It is my belief that when I compare organized crime, it is easy to misunderstand criminal governance. That is, Spencer just mentioned organized crime, that they hide their finances, they hide besides real enterprises, and they hide away from the state's repressions. Otherwise, they run away to the jungle, or they confront other parties with their weapons. But criminal governance is not hiding, it's obvious. In the rural areas, it is detected because the police cannot even go into these areas. It's easy to detect. No, the police, law enforcement says we cannot go on by ourselves. We need to go in group. That means that the criminal governance is already set there. So why? What type of response does the state has? How can it proceed? In the study that I mentioned, that is based on Latin America, what we saw that the presence of gangs is associated to having less state presence. But when you have gangs that are structuring the peripheries, obviously is there with the presence of the state. Is not an answer to the absence of the state, but rather to the presence of the state in those areas. Now, how do you understand a situation such as that? To me, criminal governance is to me a strategy to maintain the state far away, keep it outside of the area. And it works in this way. They remove the state any incentive to go into these areas. A way or another, they appeal to the interests of the state and its agents. Criminal governance is in forgotten areas that are very poor. These are populations that are vulnerable, and the majority of times are forgotten. Criminal governance understands that the police or law enforcement cannot really, or has a hard time going back into these areas. But before, they did not go into the areas. Why? Because when they went there, they did not respect the population. They didn't treat them well. They treated those people as suspects or marginal people. Sometimes they were physically abused. Sometimes they violated the human rights. So for this type of populations, when they bring a criminal group that establishes some kind of order and kind of sets aside the previous chaos, this is when we have. Now, you have to take into account, and I'd like to say to the mayors and ministers, it's such a huge issue that the rural areas are now being governed at a low cost for the state. It's an issue in the long term for the legitimacy of the state. Is not on a day-to-day issue. On the contrary, many of the issues in those areas are solved in Sao Paulo or even in Medellin, where we have raised that we have drops in areas there like homicides. Is an issue that obviously doesn't affect the politicians. It favors them. For example, if I want to remove the PCCs of Sao Paulo, I am risking that the homicide rates increases once again before 2001, when the favelas were already solved. You would need to have a lot of will, political will, and resources in order to reconquer those spaces once again. That will affect the peace process in Rio de Janeiro. This project used the conditional repression in order to reduce the violence in Rio between the portfolios of the state, and also to allow the state to use their monopoly of armed force. This is kind of I would say, like a very weird project, because the purpose was not to eliminate those armed forces of organized crime, but to reconquer the use of armed forces in these peripheral neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods. They sent a message to the favelas by telling them, you can drug traffic. We are going to go into the area and seize your drugs now and then. But if we see that you are using weapons patrolling the area, we are going to punish you much more. That's what we call conditional repression. You can sell your drugs, but you will really get it if you start working with others. So now the idea is not to eliminate the groups, is to teach them to avoid violence and to start taking over the territories. It worked, but it was very expensive. As it worked, then it expanded to 100 favelas, and the cost grew as of resources, physical resources, men, and cost of governing, a cost that the state was not used to paying. Now the state is governing day by day the conflicts between neighbors, the daily tiny issues that they have in that, things that the state didn't deal anymore. But with the economical crisis, the project kind of had a setback. Another new government came. There was an intervention, federal and military. But the state forgot the favelas. And now the societies have already recovered that space. It's not a lost experience, but it showed us that it is possible to do it. We are libertarians. We believe in freedom, and we believe that the state should have the authority to govern the city, but we are not effective in governing them because it's too expensive. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. And I think you have touched a fundamental theme that criminal governance is a public policy issue when it is associated to criminal violence. That violence is associated to the conflict over territory by several groups. When you have such, you must have different strategies, and the Rio de Janeiro case is something that's brought good lessons that we can learn from. Now, I open the floor to Jairo to ask you from the local government, what are you doing in order to prevent, to reduce criminal governance, especially to the issue referring to youth and children recruitment? What are you doing in your municipality? Benjamin said that it is expensive but not expensive. Why? Because when they talk about the drone, the mega drone and super drones, a violence prevention action for youth is $1 million per year for 2,000 youth. You have a psycho-social dimension. This model, it takes into account the community and family environment and the personal condition, that part. So $1 million is not much, really. Keeping this, sustaining this program is not much. But what Cali is doing, we need to stop having plans that are not funded. They're useless. Strategical plans that do not have a budget annex are useless, as I said. We need to have indicators, and also, even if they have goals, if they do not have the financing or the budget, no good. So Cali has assigned $25 million in order to strengthen capacities for the enforcement forces. And we are going to work in simple things. There are certain youngsters who are at risk. You can take any progress that are in the hot or cold zones. You may choose. The hot spot is present as well as the cold spot, and everybody has already identified it. And the data exists for those. Those youngsters that are between 15 and 18 years and that are in the justice system, legal terms, that is not acceptable because 50% of those are the ones exerting victimhood. We cannot accept that. The IDB, with the best practices, we can solve with what we have done for the past 20 years. Those people cannot reinsert or reinside once again, and that's it. How do we do it? To the individual, the family, and the community. We have to give them the opportunity. We need to work with the family, with the community. In Chicago, when we have children that are not at risk, what do they do? What do we do that those kids that are all already involved, do we hit them with a stick or do we put a carrot? So my question to the academia right now, short evaluations, low-cost evaluations, because otherwise we cannot formulate or have any decision-making. Cities that are big have bigger budgets, but we that have low budgets, we need to have short programs that are not as costly. I believe that provincial and municipal areas are very important because we need to transform the living conditions in order to transform the territory. Cali is very pragmatic, so am I. We need to improve the schools, the parks, the city, the conditions, and the life projects that these youngsters have. And we need to capture those who are bugging the community, even though it's a small child or the medium or a big one. We have mentioned them. But if someone standing on the street threatening kids, promising $15 or $20 in order to transport drugs or even a weapon, of course, we need to catch them. We need to have legal systems that are much more sophisticated, but we have to do it in the territory with the populations, with the issues that they have, and that we know that are there. We must have solidarity. And yesterday, when I heard about partnership, I was really thinking of solidarity. In Cali, we 1,014 homicides with a 45% homicide rate. And what do we need to lower that? Solidarity. Because we must understand that we have good and bad days, that we need to be strong every single day in order to resist. Because in the border with Colombia or Ecuador, the people there could care less. Business goes on whether they're in Ecuador or in Colombia, but we, the necessary stakeholders, have to have the resources. But most of all, we must have the decision making. And you're welcome. Welcome to the COP16. Illegal mining, environmental crimes. We have to follow them, but the reason why I have to persecute them. Why? Because they are ruining the rivers, the water that the people are drinking. And this is why we are inviting you to the COP16 of the municipalities by having assessments, evaluations, and also concrete actions. Excellent, Jairo. You talked about focalization, that we already have the tools in order to focalize, but it's key to do so, obviously, to take into account the data and the evidence. We are very happy to see the good opening you have and the platforms for security and justice. Plataforma de Evidencias, idb.org. That is part of the evidence that we already have in the IDB. Something that you didn't touch upon was the schools, but I know you're working there. I know there's a protecting factor for the school, the risk of school abandonment rates that we have. There's a lot of scientific. There was a participant that did not make it to this meeting, but had a lot of information on the school role. Now, Spencer, can you please share the experience, international and regional? What is the approach, the best approach in order to manage these territories that are controlled by OCDs?
Let me give you an example of two particular approaches. One is, there was something that was spoken about earlier today about drawing from the evidence that's out there. And one of the things I was really pleased to see that the IDB lead on is their plataforma for the for evidence in security and justice. It's great having a platform, but we need to read the materials on it. We need to listen to people because there's a lot of good practice out there. And let me give you an example of one or two of those, okay? One of the approaches that we are actually using in the United Kingdom at the moment, having learned from the United States around violent territories. Yes, we have some in the UK. It's not all Downton Abbey. We have some serious violence issues in the United Kingdom. You may have seen on the news recently the violent disorder riots that we had from right-wing groups. The problems that we have with knife crime are huge in our country at the moment. We have some really problematic areas. But there's an approach that we're using at the moment. Well, there's actually two approaches. I'll introduce you to both of them. The first one is what we call, from an analytical perspective, crime place networks. I mentioned earlier hotspot policing. Hotspot policing is very much about focusing on where crime happens. Crime place networks looks at three other important places that are implicit to how criminal groups operate, how they control their territories. There are 4 places in a crime place network. The first one are the crime places, the places that get told to us about where crime takes place, where drug dealing takes place. And we tend to know those places pretty well. But let me talk about the three others for you, okay? The three others are labeled comfort places, convergent places, and corrupting places. All three are implicit in how criminal groups run their territories. Comfort places are places where criminal groups meet in private to plan their activities, to stage their activities, to store their weapons, to store their guns, to store whatever it is that they are storing that relates to their illicit trade. That's what we refer to as comfort places. Convergent places is where they hang out, socialize, where they meet to eat, drink, smoke, take drugs, whatever. It's their socializing points. The final one is what we call corrupting places. And this is where other criminal activities take place, which are not to do with the violence or the drug issue, but where the money laundering takes place, where the items that are being stolen are then being sold. Now, it's looking at those four different places that can provide us with incredible insights about those criminal groups. Because by looking at those locations, it provides us with the necessary information about the infrastructure that is necessary for how they operate things, how they operate their illicit markets, and how they promote their violent interactions. Often our focus is on where has the crime taken place. Let's try to catch them in the act of committing the crime. A comment that was made yesterday is that a problem we have in Latin America is that so many people get away with committing crime of all different types. One of our routes into better investigating those individuals, those people, those groups, is to look at these other places. We've confined them at these other places. And we've begun to apply that recently to look at violent offender territories in the UK, learning from experiences from the US. And I think that's something that potentially can be learned from in Latin America. There's another approach which I'll mention as well, and this is more of a much more longer-term strategic approach, which has still some evidence to build on it as to whether it works or not. In English, we call it clear, hold, build. I don't like the clear word. We tend to call it remove instead. It's a long-term strategy as a clear, hold, build program. It comes from the field of counterinsurgency, but we already have examples across the Latin American and Caribbean area where this is being applied, albeit I haven't seen any examples of it being applied effectively at the moment. In Jamaica, they have ZOSO, Zones of Special Operation. They're top violence territories, and I've yet to see any evaluation of those programs working. Pacification in Rio de Janeiro kind of followed in the principles of clear, hold, build. All it did was the first part before the city of, or the state of Rio de Janeiro got bankrupt, and they couldn't move into the next phases. The logic of this approach seems sound, and there may be something in it for us to use to deal with dismantling those criminal groups. And let me just articulate what each phase involves. Clear or remove is about targeted enforcement activity of criminal group members, their networks, their business interests, criminality, and their spheres of influence. When done well, it applies those approaches around intelligence-led policing principles, the sort that federal police in Brazil have been using to help improve their approach to tackling illegal gold mining. And there's analytical techniques, focused deterrence techniques that we can use that support that first phase. Hold is principally applying hotspot policing and problem-oriented policing. Two approaches that are known to work. It's about keeping hold of the situation, ensuring that those spaces remain safe and prevent other criminal groups to move into those territories. That's what we're doing through those phases. So the logic, again, is why shouldn't it work when it applies two approaches, hotspot policing and problem-oriented policing, where there's a huge amount of evidence that says it works. Build, the final phase, is about working with partner agencies and delivering community-empowered interventions, looking to sustain improvements in community agency engagement and building community confidence. There are a number of ingredients that relate to those things working. For me, primarily, it's about keeping disciplined, recognizing this is a strategy. It's not about how many projects you implement. It's It's about the outcomes of those projects, those interventions. It's not about how many arrests you make. It's not about how many seizures you make. It's not about how many things that you build. It's all about reducing violence. It's all about improving confidence. It's also all about improving legitimacy in the police and local government. Because many of those places that we identify as being our complex neighborhoods are not only complex because they have problems of poverty or unemployment, but they also have problems with the legitimacy of the political system. They have seen firsthand corruption. They've experienced corruption. And so part of that build phase is establishing trust and legitimacy in the government services, the police services that we look to implement in those communities. Those are two examples, okay? The Crime Place Networks one, which I think has some really good merit, and we're already seeing some positive results around that. The Clear Hold Build or Remove Hold Build logically sounds like a good idea if drawn from those sort of principles that I mentioned that we know that work, but it takes a little bit of time to implement. But these places that we're talking about as being difficult places, they are tough, complex places. It is going to take time to change things in those places.
Muchas gracias, Spencer.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Very interesting, the examples, and in particular, this second has to do with the strategy that the government of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is taking for Ecuador of retaking control of these territories and then bring to facilitate social services and the reconstruction of the social network and to recreate the conditions for development and inclusion of these populations. Let's go on now to the comments by the minister and her team, and with the opportunity of not just presenting the main messages that they wish to share, but also to react from what the Madam Minister has heard here. You have the floor. Madam Rosa, Mrs. Rosa was a good grandmother with no last name. And Mrs. Rosa taught her grandson to sleep with a song that said, "There are 5 kittens, and all look like fleas." What does this have to do with this issue here at hand? I knew a little boy that was homeless, that knew from memory his nighttime song. And when I asked him who he lives with, he told me, "I live with my grandmother that became heir, and I lived with a cat." I asked, "Have you eaten?" He said, "No, I haven't eaten, because the mister of the red rag, whom I'm afraid of, gave me a piece of bread. And that piece of bread I gave to the cat, because yesterday she gave birth." What does this have to do with today's event? I think that the security we have to always understand from a human perspective, and we have to I'd like to comment on each of the presentations to then go to our own experience. Thank you, everyone, very much for your presence. Thank you for the panel today. Here we have positions that say that the left met with the right, the center, and everyone met together. What we have is a common interest, a great common interest for security, and I applaud this. I always hear I'm from the pragmatic area. This is a philosophical position. However, it could be not practical if it's so pragmatic. If we remember that Lenin used to say the best practice is a good theory, and that's the invitation that I give, that we should value the academia and as the practical solutions, because without this academia, we couldn't have the why of the cat or the analysis to continue, because many of our practical positions and our solutions in the day-to-day have probably, without seeing it ourselves, a philosophical position, a theoretical or position, or scientific data. This invitation for union that I am making. Thank you for the learnings, or say we're going to learn from crime, the reaction versus contention. And the hardest thing that we have learned today is that we're taught, thanks to the IDB, the story of our peoples is a story that to be integrated, we have to recover solidarity, and a sense of solidarity that sometimes is not easy. It's not easy to possess because our collective spaces sometimes become very complex because they're not, and I'll put it in parentheses, they're not enough pragmatic. So I sometimes say that thinking is doing, it's a verb, it's an action, and that's why we're called here today to think on security. Thank you, Ben, for this experience. Thank you, Professor, because you're all professors. You've taught us so many things, and I'd like to rescue that. For me, the greatest things learned have to do with the need of understanding that intelligence has to start from a real understanding of intelligence. We just have to have intelligence of the criminal activity. In concrete, we have to have intelligence on the new technologies of crime. And that is very important. We have to have intelligence on the new forms of acting. It's strong. It's heavy. Thank you, because I can reflect on something I didn't have very present. This legitimate force that I called legitimate violence. We have to ask ourselves, what is that we're searching in certain spaces where we want to enter? Truly, do we want security, or do we want recovery of the territory with some popular vision? Why? Because if we leave criminal governance, we have to highlight that we lost territory, that we lost the state. And we'd have to change the maps. And with all due respect to our dear Colombia, which is a country that I love very much. I used to live there. I used to tease the Colombians when they told me, you come from Ecuador, our dear neighbor country. I said, no, 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 no. Your neighbor country is not Colombia. It's not Ecuador, excuse me. There's a border that divides us. All the guerrilla was at the border. We know the steps that we have, and we have to be sincere. We have lost territory due to crime. So I think that being the common challenge, security, we have certain challenges that to be able to, just to cover these, we have to fragment these. Obviously, we have an issue of criminal governance. Of course, this is true. It's very difficult as a state to recognize some Latin American states because we would have to start by recognizing loss of territory. We have new forms of terrorism, not just with ideological origin, not with a religious origin, but with a vulgar economic origin, an illicit crime. We have crimes for a political end. The hiring of murderers, something as probable, or hitmen, to destabilize numbers of the progress in the fight against homicides of our opponents. I say this as a possibility. I'm not asserting anything. There are things that coincide. So due to this, I'll go back to the beginning. What happened due to the grandson of Rosa that didn't know her last name? He just knew that his grandmother was Mrs. Rosa. A project was born, a project that one of my advisors, Dr. Andrea Quintana, will present in 2 charts, and I will continue speaking there. Thank you very much. Let's see the charts. Good afternoon. It's an honor to speak to you in this security summit, to present the project, Proyecto Escúchame, Hear Me project. This arose in the need of returning hope back to our children, helping to carry out their dreams in the present and the future in a world that many times the future is very dark for them. This project, we divide into 3 phases. The first one, the project began this year in prioritized sectors of our country, where we approached with a professional team, among them psychologists, educators, and social workers. During our visits, we asked various questions to these children. Among these questions, we found 2 that I will mention due to time. What's the country of your dreams, and what would you do to achieve it? Why do we ask these questions? The internal studies of the Ministry of Internal Affairs that demonstrate the mentality of our children has drastically changed in the last few years. The first question has the objective of forcing children to dream, of thinking of a different world, of leaving the realities and visualizing a future full of possibilities. The second question, on the contrary, converts them into actors, reminding them that their voice is important and that they have an active role in the construction of this change. The second phase, where we are currently, is with the obtained rays. We systemize and classify the information to later deliver it to a group of creative individuals. This is made by different photographs, musicians, and multimedia creators recognized worldwide. And they will create these narratives in powerful songs designed to impact not just children who participated, but the entire society in general. Music has the capacity of transcending barriers and touching the very fibers of each person. The music is a very powerful tool that helps us dream for the future. We want to inspire a change of mentality, helping children to visualize a future full of possibilities. For many youths in vulnerable situations, music can be their escape for a very difficult and violent life. Instead of being seduced by the empty promises of criminal groups, children can find refuge in escape in music, reinforcing their self-esteem and motivating them to choose a different route. And finally, the third phase, to guarantee success and sustainability in the project, it is fundamental to implement prevention strategies. These strategies include the creation of secure spaces where children can express themselves freely and have access to artistic activities and cultural activities, such as provide constructive alternatives to channel their activities. It is essential to support community networks promoting education programs and sensibilization programs that involve parents, teachers, and local leaders. The protection of our strategy will, in accordance with the national strategy of prevention of recruitment. The Proyecto Escúchame reminds us that children have voice, they should be heard, and their dreams should be carried out. I want to explain the next thing. What is the theory of what we're doing in prevention for recruitment of children, of little boys and little girls in the priority sectors? They're priority because they're most violent sectors. The project, what it sees, the theory is Garjon that talked to us about the need of the self-perception. They perceive themselves as children of a criminal, or the children of a certain criminal group, or a woman who is imprisoned, children of poverty. But when they are presented by a dream of being an author of a song, because all of them will be recognized as authors of the songs that will be recorded by famous singers that are giving us their support, they see themselves as authors of songs and music, and thus an author of a song is an artist, never a hitman. This is the idea of build them back with simple steps for a different future, because just as the child that said, I don't live alone, I live with my grandma, because my grandma became wind, because before dying she said, I will become wind to accompany you. And he was sure that he was accompanied by his grandma. These children are sure that they have artistic potential. Thus, they have a possibility for the future, and this will be their compass for them to move forward. Now, this will be carried out in the IDB in secure areas, because we will have these social centers. We are celebrating this support, and I give the voice to my Vice Minister of Citizen Security, the way and how we have been creating this program. He'll be telling us about the Duran case and what we think Duran will become. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Greetings to everyone present. Duran is a strategy, it's a city, it's a symbol that's very important in view of what has occurred in Ecuador regarding violence and the expression of criminal governance in Ecuador. This is important to take into account. Listening to the previous expressions, the book of Dr. Lessing, Professor Lessing, he highlighted that no country can dare to say that the development model includes leaving the criminal organizations, the government of the poorer neighborhoods. No one would think of doing that. However, we can visit many cities of our region and Duran, and we would realize how, due to omission, part of the public policy strategy regarding security this is what's occurred. The criminal organizations are governing. This plan of intervention for the territorial recovery is not just does not focus on security as a social and infrastructure focus as well, which is setting the state in these territories for this reason to, in one way or the other, compete and introduce himself and legitimize themselves regarding institutional governance to eradicate and expel those up to date govern these territory in an incisive, violent, and crude manner. What are the columns of this project? Attention, prevention, control, and contentions, justice and security, prevention focused on gender. All of these four presented here. The first element is guarantee basic services for the community. If you don't introduce yourself and start to resolve the problems of the people won't believe you. People won't listen to you. People will search for those who will resolve their problems. And in these territories, those who were resolving their territory in a good or bad manner were the criminal organizations. Second, security and justice. Actively collaborate so that the criminals would know and be aware and know that if they commit a crime, they will go to jail. There will be no possible impunity. This is a constant, day-to-day fight. It's difficult. Third, prevention, control, and contention. In this area, it's very important to have presence of the state through the different institutions that are part of the structure, the social structure. We are developing since some time ago immediate actions, but also working tables to set the state there, and prevention focused on gender, because we know these statistics help us to understand that one of the vulnerable groups with greater affectation regarding criminal governance are women. It's important to understand this. Next slide, please. This was Duran before the government intervention, the generalized intervention. Next, please. This is how we are working now in Duran. Likewise, some of the individuals, we don't have the pictures, but those who are deprived of their liberty, they are participating and actively collaborating in removing the criminal organizations from this area. One of the important strategies, finally, is take have a security model and taking these to social centers and taking these to these communities where the presence of the states will exist, providing services. We know one of the most important elements, next slide please, one of the most important elements in the criminal organization structure is capacity of recruitment. The reports and statistics and scientific studies tell us about some cases more, some cases less. We can establish a median for each 12, this is a raw data, for each 12 young people that are recruited, 7 die. So their capacity of recruitment is extraordinary. So one of the hardest blows, one of the costs, most elevated cost where we can have incidents in these criminal organizations is reducing their capacity of recruiting young people. We can do this with social centers to provide services to this group, to offer them opportunities, better opportunities, and provide them here in the zone so they don't have to leave their territories to be able to obtain adequate exercise of their rights is one of the more emblematic issues. That's why one of the most important bases of the operation, what was announced here, includes this $32 million for the Civic Center, for social centers, for life and peace. This is a very important issue for which we thank you very much. I give you back the word, Madam Minister. Thank you very much. Working on security from the Ministry of Internal Affairs is working on prevention. For us, it's fundamental to work on prevention, but given that there are many years of abandonment, there was no contention, we have to have a hard hand in repression. And this is very complex because it turns us into a system that exists in a protection of human rights, but it demands likewise from the citizen a response with a hard hand. That's why our definition of hard hand has been a definition of response in the area of an armed conflict, not international, regarding human rights. And to be able to have adequate centers of we need new prisons for this. We understand the issue is comprehensive. The issue is complete because the factor of impunity, which is very high, we have to combat it with the engagement of all stakeholders, of all agents for this change to be given. And it's complex when the issue of security becomes an object of political gain. It becomes much more complex. That's why we call not just for solidarity, but for patriotism and for union, because the enemies are clearly identified. We can call them common delinquency, organized crime, however, transnational crime, we can call it whatever we call it. But the truth is that the states still don't dare recognize that we have a very high level of criminal governance in Latin America. And this is a great step to have spaces of open dialogue of criminals. It has nothing to do, and thank you, Professor Ben, for telling us, this has nothing to do, this governance, with the existence of common crime, but with the existence of the loss of power of the states. It's a resurgence of a parallel government. Thank you for all of these lessons learned on our part. Thank you very much, Madam Minister and the team. We've gone far over time, so I will just close, and I think it's a great satisfaction to see how the policy of Ecuador regarding security and prevention are aligned with the best practices that we see worldwide, and we're very enthusiastic to be associates and partners of the ministry in this endeavor. I'd like to thank, the Madam Minister can stay for the closure. We close the panel and we'll go on to the closure of this morning's meeting. I asked Natalie, Emilio, if they can accompany us. Thank you very much. I know that words before lunch is difficult. I wanted to tell you that the President Goldfein is very enthusiastic and very happy. He wrote us this morning, giving us really his total backing, is his words and his enthusiasm, the unanimous work that has excited him very much, and he wants to quickly progress, which we echo his words. And we are here with our Madam President. We wanted to move forward on what the new steps will be. The definition of a committee, and this is to define, be part of the committee, and second, to clearly understand what are the priorities. Yesterday I mentioned that the priorities have to be very selective. We've spoken of many issues. This is a definition that you can work on starting now together with the presidency. We would articulate these. We have set several things on the table that you can prioritize, and we will have a selectivity. But after that, we can know preliminarily what countries would be interested in being part of this committee to work on these working groups. I had various conversations during the coffee break, and I know that there's a lot of interest in topics where we are particularly seeing in regional initiatives with national impact. So maybe, I don't know, any manifestation from the countries that would like to be part of this? Argentina, Panama, we have Paraguay and Costa Rica. I think that, thank you very much for your interest, and I think that we'll start by working on these topics. Honduras, too, joins us. We'll have to be selective in the topics. So there are various things that we can work on. I think that of the topics that were mentioned this morning, we could delve deep on these three blocks that provides us this comprehensive view, the added value of what this meeting has been, both in prevention, that the minister insisted on this morning, that we have seen, and many of you have reiterated, the part of these specialized training of the institutions, and I think that is another topic. And regarding in our bilateral meetings today with our manager, who manifested their interest in working in financial, I think they're disconnected from all of this system that's necessary to work. With this, I think that we have our first working plan. I don't know if you'd like to manifest any particular topic or topics in particular that are priority for you. You can manifest them now, and I don't want to take a lot of time from your lunch. You've left us a big job. We want to move forward. The president is very enthusiastic, so let's move forward. Thank you very much. Understand there's no comments or questions. thank you to the president and to IDB. Let's take advantage of the opportunity here. Now that we're all friends, let's take advantage the opportunity. I congratulate this backing of having a formed committee, and let's just set up the timetable and continue to work. In my quality as a president, I'm just another servant of yours. I will be totally aligned to you and to the IDB. I would like that lunch, please sit together. For the countries who will be part of the committee to sit together to start making the agenda.